Yeah. Yeah. Ooh, it was doing something. Oh. Get that lined up. There we are. Right. Let's get these moved out of the way. Hello, everybody. Keeping them bag 2 because we need bag 2. Get this all sorted out. Cool. Drop that bag on the floor. That's 5. That's 4 and 3. There's bag 1 and 2. So I hope everyone is doing fine. Box fluff on the old chassis there. Yeah, I hope everyone's had a good start to the week so far. Let's just get everything open and ready to go. Usually I am more prepared to this, but I do apologise. I started a little bit later than I planned. I got carried away watching a British GT race. It wasn't live. I think it's like a replay from like a couple of days ago, but I was watching it because there was nothing else on the TV. So I put it on and I got carried away. And then before I knew it, it's all just gone past 5 o'clock. And I was like, oh, whoops. Supposed to be live stream from 5 o'clock. So obviously doing this one a bit earlier than the other live streams I've done. Just purely because there isn't really anything else for me to do. I could have done it a bit later on, but I think I would have died of boredom by the time I would have died of boredom by the time I got to the back end of the day if I decide to leave it a little bit later. Right. Let's see how many steps we've got in this. So excluding the minifigure build, we've got, let's have a look, 104 steps for the McLaren. So got everything set up. Some people are just obviously tuning in, so whilst they are, I'm going to go quickly top my cup up with some drink. So I'll be back in a second. Hello, Mr. Morley. A couple minutes late, but I'm here now. Nah, you're all right. I've literally only just started, to be fair. I was running a couple of minutes late anyway because I got carried away watching the British GT races I just mentioned. I was watching and sort of lost track of time, and then I realised it was like 2 minutes past 5. I was like, oh, whoops. It's like I was supposed to have started already. And I just spent the next couple of minutes just getting everything set up. It's what happens when your brain mentally wanders off. Right. So let's get the minifigure built. So that's done out of the way. Papaya race helmet. We don't need the hair. We want the face. So there's the face. Now the body and need the minifigure's legs. There we go. always the easiest bits of the Speed Champions builds is building the race driver, building the little minifigure race drivers. Head helmet on. There we go. Little Lando. Mini Lando or Mini Oscar, whoever you want to call him. Right. That's that. So, step number 1. So, if you're new to the Lego Speed Champion builds and you've not, well, I say the Speed Champion builds, but if you're new to the F1 Speed Champions builds and you've not seen anyone do any of these before, then what you'll realize is that most of these require 2 bags to be done at the same time. So usually with other sets, it's usually 1 bag at a time. Like you get 1 bag for a certain set of steps, and then it'll be another bag, and then another bag, vice versa. With the F1 Speed Champions, it's 2 bags. So 1 bag will have all the bigger bits, the other bag will have all the smaller fiddly parts to it. And right, we need, well, we're looking here for step 2. We want grey 2 stud, which is that one, and we need that bit. Oh, yeah, that bit. I need another one of those grey 2 bits. There we go. Yeah, I'll just leave them there for now. Yeah, hope everyone's Mondays have been good. Mine's been pretty boring, to say the least. I've been stuck at home trying to find something decent to watch on the TV. Not really been much. Watched a bit of Sky Sports News this morning just to see if there's there was any sort of just anything interesting on there. And there may be sort of football or F1 related. Not really much in regards to that. So, yeah, turned that off after a while before that started getting repetitive, because there's only so much Sky Sports News you can watch before it becomes repetitive, and then you sort of just go like, right, I need to put something else on. So then I put something else on, which I sort of turned over to Sky Sports F1, and they had the replay of the IndyCar race from Road America, and then they had the IndyCar NXT race from the same track. And then after that, the British GT Championship came on, which was the GT3 and GT4 cars, which were doing 3 hours of Spa. So end up tuning in, and that's what I was watching just prior to doing this live stream. Did try to sort of convince Mr. Morley to sort of get out and have a kickabout. I was prepared to. What was it? What was I going to say? Yeah, I was prepared to supply a football for a bit of a kickabout over at some playing fields that aren't too far away. Yeah, I just got completely ignored. So I was like, okay. Now this is just doing something else, like going for a little drive and window shopping Lego sets in some like stores and stuff. But again, just got completely ignored. So it's just like, okay, I'm getting stuck indoors and being bored out of my head. So absolutely bored out of my head right up until now. But yeah, but I like building Lego. I mean, who doesn't, to be fair? Right, what do we need? I need one part's definitely not looking like it's in here. Let me turn the ring light on, because I have got, I know it's only 5 o'clock in the evening, but I've got the curtain shut but that is for a reason, because as I've touched on in one of the live streams, my house is east to west facing. So the back of the house faces west, the front faces east. And we get to that time of the day where the sun is now towards the back of the house and it's starting to shine through the window. So it causes a bit of glare. So I sort of just shut the curtain just to keep the glare out. But doing that, it means that the room gets a little bit dark. So I put the ring light on just to provide a little bit of extra light. Gabriel Garcia, nice. Hello, welcome. Don't think I've seen your name pop up in the chat before, so welcome to you. Well, these are actually quite unique bits. I've not seen these bits on a Speed Champs build before, and I've built quite a few. So this is, out of all the Speed Champions F1 sets I've got, this is number 7 out of 10. But I've built 2 other Speed Champion sets that aren't F1 related. I've built the Honda S2000 from Too Fast Too Furious, and I've also built the F40 Ferrari as part of the sort of Speed Champions sets. And they've never had the part that I'll try and show. So I do apologize, camera quality is not fantastic. There's this little part that I've got in my hand here, and it's blue. It's like a sort of almost a, yeah, it's like a ice blue. It's sort of semi-transparent, but it also has like a metallic look to it. So it has like a little bit of a sort of glitter shimmer on it, which is quite unique. Quite a unique thing. I've not seen that on an F1 set before. Well, on not just on a F1 set, but on any Lego set. Never ever seen that. And it's obviously one of those ones. How many sizes has this got? Let's have a look. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So it's an octagonal piece as well. And that's, again, not a piece that I've come across before. Not come across an octagonal piece of Lego in my life ever. So that's a first. The first, there's definitely a first coming across an octagonal piece of Lego that's semi-transparent in ice blue with a bit of glitter shimmer to it. I wonder how many more of these sort of unique pieces this set's going to have. Yeah, a piece that has a glitter shimmer. Try saying that when you're drunk. I can't even say it when I'm sober. Yeah, definitely a unique part. Right, so what do we need? We need 2 of those, and I'm going to need that bit, and it's going to be that white with the 1 stud. Yep. Bingo. And right, okay, I also need another one of those sort of great looking ones that look like a sort of one of those sort of grates that go across a road. Right, so that's going on there. That one is going there. That one is going on that side. And then we've got that white one going there. And then we need 2 papaya, not orange, because otherwise I'll probably have McLaren fans that will scream at me if I call them orange pieces. McLaren fans will end up screaming and go, "It's papaya, not orange." So I will say it correctly. They are papaya pieces. So any of those that are McLaren fans, don't panic. I am calling your team colour correctly. Right, so that's step number 6 done. We are now step 7. Another thing that's quite funny as well is that the t-shirt I'm wearing is my you can't really see it, but I am wearing my Ferrari shirt. So the fact I'll just pop it up. There you go. Ferrari shirt while I'm building a McLaren. A load of McLaren fans are going to probably hang me from the gallows for doing this. Building a McLaren whilst wearing a Ferrari top. But I am calling your team names colour correctly, so that should give me some sort of a pass. Right, so we need one of those, and I need, is going to be in this bag when I can find it. Where is it? There it is. There is the part I need. Right in the bowels of the bag, as expected. Right. So that's to go in there, for which then this part goes on like so. And then that part goes like that. Okay. Okie dokie. And then this is going on that side like that. All right. Step number 7 done. So we've got 3 people watching at the moment. Welcome, everyone. Come in, chill out, put your feet up, watch some random guy on the internet building an F1 car out of Lego. Hope your start to the weeks have been enjoyable or productive or just a lot more entertaining than mine has been so far. It's been quite a quiet Monday for me. So that goes on there. But yeah, I'd love to know what like if any of you guys do enjoy building Lego, what your favorite set has been to build. Could be any Lego set that's been, you know, recently released, any that's currently out at the moment, any Lego set that may be retired, you know, that you may already have and have built. Yeah, you know, even if it's any of the Lego F1 sets, any Speed Champion sets. Because for me, my favorite set that I've probably built so far has been the Technic SF24 Ferrari. It's the Lego Technic one. Not just because it's the most expensive Lego set I own. That's not what makes it my favorite. In fact, that's probably one of the reasons I hate it, is because it cost me so much. But despite the fact it was very fiddly, it was very rewarding and enjoyable towards the end. Just solely because through all that frustration of, you know, trying to make very sort of complicated Lego bits trying to fit together and trying to sort of put Lego in places that are just it just seemed like, you know, you were never going to be able to fit Lego pieces into. It definitely was very rewarding and satisfying. So that's probably one that I'm going to sort of miss building. I am still a bit sort of 50-50 on probably building the Lego Technic Mercedes F1 car and the Red Bull car, which will be about the same size as what the SF24 Technic one is. But if I can get a display cabinet that's big enough for the Technic, and I see I've got a couple of spaces, I may just, you know, have that impulse that hits me and goes, do you know what? Just do it. Just go and get those cars and just have them, you know, have them in the set. But we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. See what the devil on my shoulder says. You know, the Lego minifigure devil. See what it says on my shoulder. In regards to those bits. Brick Platoon, yo, stop by to say hi. Just saw you live. No worries, man. Hello, welcome. Thank you for stopping by. Hope you've had a very productive day. One of those do I need? It's going to probably be in the other bag. Yeah, there it is. In fact, so this is kind of one of the things I hate is that they don't put all the small bits into the bag with all the smaller bits. They sort of sometimes sneak a couple of the smaller bits into the bag with the bigger bits. And then you struggle to try and find them half the time. Is that the bit? No. What do I need? 6 stud black. That's the one. So we've got 1 like, 2 viewing. Thank you for the like. Whoever gave the like. Appreciate it. Right. So what do we need? So I need the 6. I need the corner piece for that to go there, and then our little blue stud goes into there, and then our little sort of triangular cornered piece goes there, and then this is to go rogue cat hair. This goes on that side there, right? Okay, and then step 11, exactly the same. Just copy and paste what I've just done. So I need that one, another one of those little triangular rounded corner parts. There we are. And I need the other cornered part. Where are you? Well, you're going to be one of these. I'm going to be searching this bag and it's not going to be in here, and it's going to end up being in the other bag. And then I'll check the other bag and it won't be in the other bag, and then it turns out to be in that bag all along. As a matter of fact, no, it is actually in this bag. So that's what makes me laugh. So just had one of these bits that I've got in my hand. Just had one of these bits in bag 2 from when I did the other one. And then to find the other one, I found it in bag 1. It makes no sense. I think that's done intentionally, you know. I think it's done intentionally just so, you know, you spend more time with the Lego to try and find the bit you need to build it, to sort of lengthen out how long it takes. You know, if it is, clever tactic, but sometimes it can be a little annoying. Have I got that on straight? I know some people won't be too fussed if it's straight or not. Me, I'm a little OCD when it comes to trying to line things up. I'm exactly the same when I tidy my kitchen up. I've got to make sure when things go back, they've got to go back in like a perfect alignment. I can't have things at an angle in the kitchen, with the exception of the microwave. The microwave sort of sits in the corner on the kitchen worktop, but everything else kind of has to be like literally sort of back against the wall, facing directly towards you. So that's our Dolce Gusto machine. That's our water dispense kettle and our air fryer. They have to be sort of facing directly at you. They can't be at an angle, otherwise it sort of annoys me. It's a weird thing, I know, but that's just me. True Trains just subbed. Thank you so much for the sub. Appreciate that. Obviously, there's going to be loads of sort of different content on this channel. Obviously, I've got these Lego live build streams just as some content to put onto the channel until I can get round to doing other things like vlogs and stuff like that. Because there are going to be some other things in the future. But yeah, no, I appreciate it, man. Thank you so much. Harrison, what you saying? I need more money for Lego and everything else. Oh man, so bored with no money. I know the feeling. I know the pain. My problem is that the next payday from work is literally the day after my birthday as well. So, because my birthday is just under 2 weeks away. We're looking at like 2 weeks and 6 days away. Not 2 weeks and 6 days. Sorry, we're looking at 1 week and 6 days away. Not 2 weeks and 6 days. Jesus Christ! Yeah, I wish my birthday can just hold off for an extra week and a bit, but unfortunately, that's not the case. Yeah, I got like a week and 6 days until my birthday. My birthday lands on a weekend, which is okay because I love having my birthday at a weekend, but I know I'm going to probably be chucked in work on that day. So not looking forward to it in that respect, but at least I can sort of go in knowing that come the next day, I'm not going to be at work because it's going to be a day off anyway, but then 2, knowing it's going to be a payday. So yeah, ideally, I don't want to go, if I do buy Lego, I can't go crazy buying any Lego because ideally I need to save some money aside because I've got my daughter visiting in August. So I need money for that, for like travel bits and pieces. And obviously when she's down, so we've got money to sort of do things. But yeah, but obviously at the same time we'll sort of like do Lego. And hopefully, I'm hoping and praying because I still don't have my moped yet. That my in-laws were sorting out for me, which I was hoping to have about April time, but hopefully they're sort of holding off, and maybe I'll get it for my birthday. Maybe they're holding off until my birthday, and then they'll be like, right, we're going to hand you it on your birthday, which will be nice. But I'm at that point where I'm frustrated because I want the bike because it's holding me off doing things I want to do and get done. But at the same time, I guess it would be nice as a little surprise. But yeah, I'm sort of caught in two places with it. But definitely want the yeah, but I know the feeling. I know the feeling, Harrison. Like no money to do anything, but I mean to be fair, I mean I've got money for my travel for Wednesday because obviously I'm going into Norwich to see the new F1 movie, and I have pre-ordered my drink and my food for when I go because I'm getting a large popcorn and a large drink, but I bought the collector's thing, so I'm getting a sort of special promo F1 movie popcorn bucket and sort of cup as well, which is going to be cool. So I'm going to bring them back and I'm going to wash them out and then going to keep hold of them and put them on display because I am sad. I am a sad person doing something like that, but yeah, that's me. Mackey's new burger is calling my name, and so is Burger King and Fuel. Yeah, I mean, earlier I put up on the on Biddle's Discord that I had a notification come through from Burger King, and I was like, Burger King is tempting me. It's really tempting me, but like I said, like the only money I've got on me at the moment until I get some money tomorrow is mainly for my travel to get to and from Norwich. So it's like as much as I would love to go and get Burger King, I just can't do it. But yeah, it is what it is. But I mean, I ended up cooking myself something to eat anyway. I end up having good old bangers and mash, good old sausage and mash with gravy. So that was nice to sort of eat that as I was watching the British GT. So yes, that wasn't too bad. Lisa Irish Hop, hello. Welcome to the stream. Harrison, I've got to wait until payday. Bloody XR2 took all my money. Yeah, well, I guess that's what happens when you spend 7.6k on a car that you've saved up painstakingly 5 years for. And then obviously the fact that it's got a couple of issues with it. So obviously having to pay more money to sort of resolve those issues as well. But to be fair, it's going to be worth it in the end, mate. That's the thing. It will be worth it in the end. You know, by the time you put, because I don't know what you're doing battery wise. I don't know whether you've decided to go a whole brand new battery in, or if you are just going to be like, we're just going to charge the old battery up, see if it will hold a charge, and then sort of make a decision from there whether to actually sort of new battery or not. I know you mentioned you're doing new discs and new brake pads for both the like the front brakes. I remember you saying you're going to do like a whole new left and right side brake pads and discs. So, which is understandable because it's pointless doing one side and then just leaving the other side. You might as well do both exactly at the same time. Fresh brake pads, fresh brake discs. Then that way, you know, they're both brand spanking new. And then they're just done. It's just one less thing to worry about. See, because if that were me in your case, I'd be like, yeah, you know what, new brakes, new discs, new pads. Hell, I'd probably even just go like, you know what, chuck new tires on it, put four, you know, brand new tires on all four sides. Then you know you've got new tires, new brakes, new discs. With a battery, with how it's playing up, I would probably just be like, just new battery, just get a new battery in there. Say faffing around with the old battery, just get a whole new battery in. New wiper blades, you know, just any sort of thing that I know is essentially sort of consumable, just be like, yeah, right, new one, just go flat out brand new. But then obviously I said it's all money at the end of the day, isn't it? All money that we all kind of have to cling on to it at the end. Resolve the battery by getting a new one. Okay, yeah, so you're literally doing what I would have done. Just be like, screw seeing if that battery is actually going to work or not. Just go brand new, brand spanking new battery, which makes sense. Resolve the battery by getting a new one. Went to get the brakes done. Yeah, went to get the brakes done, but got to have some welding done underneath before the new brakes can go on. Because if they jack it up, then basically, the jack will go through. Okay, well, at least you know. At least you know that needs doing anyway. So yeah, we'll see. Yeah, get some welding done, strengthen the chassis up, so then it can obviously go on the jack, and yeah, and then obviously get the new brake discs and new pads on. All right, there's a Lego bit I'm trying to find, but I can't seem to find it. Actually, never mind. I have eventually found it. Well, I found one of them, but I need to find the other one. Solve a issue, and another pops up that will be worth it in the end. Yeah, exactly. And like I showed you earlier in the Discord, obviously Yarmouth Council, like this Great Yarmouth Council announced that the next Wheels Festival is on is on the 20th and the 21st of June 2026, which I looked in. It's all factually correct and stuff. So, you know, you've essentially got a whole year. You've essentially got one full calendar year to get that XR2 ready for the Wheels Festival. So, you know, it's as painstaking as it's going to be. You know, the fact that you're going to obviously, you know, a large chunk of your resources are going to be going towards obviously getting the XR2 sorted out and, you know, ready for the grand show. Missing a couple of bits. Yeah, so like, you know, getting the welder done, getting the brakes done, new battery. So even though you're getting all that done, at least, you know, come the Wheels Festival, you know the car's going to be ready then, because all you've got to do before that, you know, you've got from now till then to get all the mechanical bits done. And then once you've got them out of the way, you can then essentially do the whole detailing stuff. So like, you know, tidy the dash up and whatever, and, you know, polish the outside and whatnot, and have it all ready to rock and roll. So yeah, it'll definitely be worth it. But yeah, what you're essentially having with the XR2 is what I'm having with my, well, not me per se, but what my father-in-law is having with my moped, where he solves an issue and then another issue crops up, and then he fixes that issue, and then another issue crops up after that. I mean, it happens, don't it? Shit happens, as the saying goes. So just need to take it to the welders, but that isn't too much of an issue. Just got to find a place to do that, and then brakes. It should be ready to go. Just taking its time. I just want to drive it. Yeah, I mean, again, that's understandable. You know, you're getting that itch. You want to be able to drive it. You want to go out there. You want to drive it. You know, you want to actually, you know, get a feeling for it out on the roads and stuff. That's like me with the moped. It's the fact that, you know, I passed my CBT back in March, sort of near the beginning of March, because it was not long after my daughter's birthday when I did my CBT. You know, I passed my CBT. I say I passed, even though technically it's not really a pass off. Like they claim that a CBT is not essentially a pass or a fail, because it's not like a test, because it's more like a cycling proficiency kind of thing, rather than being like an outright sort of like driving test or like driving exam. But yeah, it's, you know, I get me little certificate to say, you know, I can go out on the roads and legally ride my moped and stuff, but then not having the moped well, not having a moped to ride, and I'm just like, I've got that itch because I want to go out and ride it, because I've got some friends, sort of, like, I won't name them, but obviously, like, people that I've become friends with, like, from working alongside, who have all been like, oh, come out and join us on a bike ride, or come and join us for a drive and stuff. So even if they drive a car and whatnot, I'd be like, just come meet us up for a drive and whatnot. Like, you come and ride your moped, we'll drive a car and we'll just drive somewhere. And I'm like, yeah, I will do when I've got the moped, and I still don't. And with the nice weather we've been having, the fact that I'm sort of stuck indoors, I'm like, I want to go out there and go out and enjoy the nice weather whilst it lasts, until typical Great British weather does its thing and decides to flip 180 and ends up becoming all miserable again, and then be like, right, well, I can't ride the moped because the weather's terrible. So I know that itch, having that itch of just being like, I just want to get out, want to go out, socialize, have fun, go on a ride. I've got all my gear. I've got my motorcycle jacket. I've got my gloves. I've got my helmet. I've got everything I need. Sort of practically got everything I need. I'm just missing the big, the main thing, the main component. And that's what sort of annoys me a bit. It's like, because I spent a lot of money to do that. Well, to some people, it may not seem like a lot of money, but to me, it was a bloody hell of a lot of money, to do the CBT, like, and just to have the CBT and not actually, for the fact that my CBT is just essentially rotting away in my sort of storage safe, just rotting away in there, like, because I don't, like, because I can't because I want to be the sensible, do the sensible thing, and obviously take it with me when I'm riding, because then in case, in case I ever get pulled over by the Rozzers, and they question whether I can actually ride or not, and be like, well, I can, because I've got my CBT certificate and here it is. Then I've got it to show as evidence to tell them, ha, you can't do anything. And it essentially gives them the proverbial middle finger, especially when you get those police officers that can be a little power hungry, get a little bit, sort of get a little drunk on power. We have the itch, but can't itch it. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we have the itch, we just can't scratch it. So we just got to put up with it niggling away. It's got to put up with it niggling away, completely irritating the hell out of us. But it's going to be satisfying to actually scratch the itch when the time comes. I just pray and hope to God I'm not waiting until Christmas. So I don't want that. I want to ride it now. Not tomorrow, not next week, not next month, not next year. Now. I want to drive it now. Like fucking Veronica Salt out of Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory. Or Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, as the reboot was called. I want it now. I don't care how. I want it now. Right. Need one of them. I also need that one. Yep. That one. One of those. Nope. Turn the right way around. There we go. Oh, and then one of these weird looking ones that I had that I've only seen with the Red Bull one, which is this peculiar piece. It's got like a slope. Oh, nearly dropped it. It's got like a slope part on the front, but then it sort of has like cutout sections on the sides here. Again, I know you're not going to see it fantastically because, well, unfortunately, my webcam I have is from the Middle Ages. But then you got like two little studs on the top. I've only ever seen this piece one other time, and that was in the Red Bull one where obviously it was a different color. It was a bright yellow color. But shape-wise, this is the second time I've seen it. Because all the other sets I've haven't had that particular piece. Also need another one of those. Right. What we doing? So I need. So that one needs one to go that way round. And then when it wants to go on, that one. And then this one is essentially the same as what I just did, but I just had to put the black part in a completely opposite side. And now these are to go towards the back of the car. So that one goes on that side, and that one goes on that side like that. Right, okay. So that's obviously sort of building out the edges of the floor of the car, which is essentially what you do with most of these builds. To be fair, you sort of start off building either like the cockpit area or the you sort of start building either around the cockpit or sort of like the back of the engine area, and then it sort of goes on towards the front. Right. So this papaya piece goes there, and then this one goes onto the back like that. So that's 21 and 22 done. Stage 23. Need two papaya 2 studs. So 2 of those, and then I need two of the blue right angle pieces. So that's those 2. And we are so with one of them we are going that way round, and then with the other piece it's essentially in reverse. Okie dokie. Right, so the one that goes that way is going on that way round, and this is going whereabouts exactly? Ah, right, okay. Okay, so yeah, so it connects onto that part like that. So spin that round like that, and then that goes on like that. Okay, lovely. Right, step 24. Essentially, move the model out of the way for a minute because we ain't going to need that section just for a brief period. So we're going to need that piece, that one, going to need 2 of those, and we also need one of the pieces out of bag 1 when I can find it. There we are. So, a load of bits in this one. And I need number one, I need that one, and then I need that. So they connect together like that. Okay. And the other one goes on the other side. And then that piece goes on like that. Is this to build the... I wonder, is this going to be like the sort of the cake tin parts for like around the back ends of the wheels? Usually it's like one whole unit that you sort of put a couple of other little bits together and it assembles on, but this one's been done slightly differently. If this is like the sort of meant to be like the brake sort of cover bit on the back of the car. But yeah, we'll get our first one of the stickers. Now, I've just got to remember where I've placed my tweezers. Got to figure out where I've put the sticker tweezers. Where have they gone? Or has the wife decided to pinch my tweezers? Which wouldn't surprise me if that is the case. Because people seem to like nicking my things. More importantly, the wife seems to like nicking my stuff. I had them the other day. Where have they gone? It's a mystery. Right. Bear with me, folks. I'm just going to go on a little hunt for my sticker tweezers. Right. There we go. Let's get myself sorted out again. We found them. We found the sticker tweezers. They were hiding upstairs. Even though I never took them upstairs. So how they ended up upstairs, I don't know. Apparently the wife never touched them. So maybe they grew a set of legs and worked their way up the stairs. Who knows? We shall never know. But we do have them. So this is going to make applying the stickers so much easier. There we go. Oh, super satisfying that. Right. So we've got that one on. And this is to go, spin it around that way, and this has got to sit, and it's got to go at an angle, and it's got to sit on top of the white. And it goes, it's going apparently at an angle like that. Okay, right, move that back over there. Get the same. Trying to get the same pieces because I've got to do it. Essentially, do that part again. Only this time I've now got to do it the other way around. So those two bits exactly the same. That part on there exactly the same. But in this time, that goes that way round. And we need sticker number 14. So let's grab the sticker. Oh, come on. There we go. Oh, satisfying. Satisfying sticker placement that was. And then that goes on there. And then move those just to make sure that they are sat in the correct position. Right, okay, so they're definitely not the bottoms of the sort of cake tins of the thing. They look like they're obviously to do the undersides, well, sort of undersides of the side pod areas. Okay, so it should still come across the actual part that makes like the sort of like the cake tin part of the sort of cake tin assembly that sort of sits behind the back wheels. So still got that to come at some stage. Right, one of those. And this is going across the top. Like so. And then we need, if we can have that bag, still got quite a load of bits in bag one, to be fair. It's actually quite surprising. There's not a lot of bits in bag two left, but still quite a bit in bag one. Right, so that one is to go there, and then that one is to sit on there. Okie dokie. Okay, very unique bit. It's like a very weird shaped part. And you see sort of a little point on the top. It was like a blacked out church window or something like that. So that goes on top like that. And then we need two of those bits. And these are to go on either side of the cockpit area. Oh. Come on, sit on there. Thank you. That's where you're supposed to go. All right. Grey curve piece, and this is going directly on top of the other grey part. like so. Two black little studs. And we are going one up on there and one on there. Okie dokie. Step 32. Back to bag number 2. There's definitely not a lot of bits left there, so I have a feeling bag 2's pretty much done with now. Come on. There we go. There we are. It's been tricky little buggers to get on. So we've got those bits done, and now I need 2 of those. Should be another one in here. There it is. It's trying its best to hide away. Right, so these 2 need stickers. And they both need sticker number 10. And these have got to go with the Google image on the highest point. So it's that one like that. And essentially, just got to do the same for the other side. No. A little bit of fluff. So exactly the same. Tweezers, just pick it up a bit and just maneuver it slightly. This one's decided to go on just a little bit. Just a little bit skewed. It wasn't massively, but it was on just a little bit skewed. So sorted that. And now it doesn't matter which side goes on which side because they both face towards the back, like so. Perfect. Right. Now we need one flat piece, one little slope part, one black with 2, and then on those sort of half pointy sections. Right, so one of those. Oh, that bit completely jumped off. Almost had it on. It decided to jump off, bounced across the table, bounced down onto one of the levels on my desk, and then bounced onto the ground. But lucky enough, it didn't go under my desk. It sort of ended up on the ground, just in front of the computer. So I was like, oh, at least I haven't got to try and dig it out from under the desk. So that was a heart in mouth moment then. Definitely don't want to end up going underneath the desk for it. I'm taking a trip under my desk. I'll end up in Narnia or something like that. Right. So what do I need? I need DP World sticker and FX Pro sticker, which are going to go on those little bits. So that's sticker number 20 and 26. So sticker number 20. Is there? Although there is one. Well, there is another one that's number 20 as well. Right, so if that's being held like that, so yes, the DP World sticker's got to go this way across. There we go. Then the FX Pro sticker top, and which one's that? 26. So that is going to go down there. Tweezers are so handy when it comes to applying the smaller stickers. Right. And then that is going whereabouts? On there. Okay. And I've essentially got to do the other side. So just a copy and paste. So one of those. One of those. And another one of those. I have a feeling this is probably going to be the ends of bags 1 and 2 after I've done this stage. I haven't looked any further through the book yet, but I've got a strong suspicion it's very likely going to be. Right, so if that's going on that way, so just put it on now and then I'll sort of stick it out because the sticker's already on the model, and that will come and help when it comes to doing the orientation of the stickers, because then at least I know which way around they've got to be. Yeah, and as I turn the page, literally the next few pages is showing me where the piece I'm doing goes, and next page showing bags 3 and 4. So that DP World sticker goes there. And then we need sticker number 24. The little FX Pro, another of the FX Pro stickers. And that goes there. Super duper. Right. So that's bags 1 and 2 done. Have a quick drink. Just get bags 3 and 4 open. So 3. And bag 4. Right, so step number 36. Let's start off with bits that are going to require some stickers. So, so these are the bits I was talking about the use for the backs of the sort of cake tin brake covers that go behind the back wheels. It does have the part I was on about, but we don't need it just yet. So it was sitting there for the time being. And we've got a nice big long, smooth, ramped part, which means we're going to be doing the rear wing in this, well, in these bags as well. Right. Can't find it in there. Question is it hiding in here? So I need two. Right, so those are the ones I'm after. I need another one of those ones. It's sat in a sea of tiny little black Lego pieces, so it doesn't make life easy to find. There's one. There's one of the parts I need, but I need another one of those. Nope. Thought I had it just a minute then. Nope. Nope. There. Nope. Right. They're going to get on my nerves, those little cake tin bits, because they look like the parts I need, but they're not. So move them out of the way. Eliminates those bits. There it is. See, because the problem is if I put these two bits together back to back, it literally almost resembles one of them. Fair enough. These two bits make it a lot bigger than this bit, but when it's sort of hiding in areas so you can't really see the thickness of the parts and you're only seeing like one half of it, it's making you think that that's the part you need, and when it actually turns out it's not the part. So it's just a little frustrating. Right, so we've got that one there, that one there. Sticker sheet, sticker number 6 and 16. Ooh, nearly had the sticker in. So sticker number 6, that's on this part. There we go. So that goes on there. And then number 16. Will go over on this side here. Get it on nice and so that's fine. There we go. Beautiful. Right. And what are we doing with these parts? So this one is going on this far side. And then this one is going on that side when I can get it to fit on. Right, there we go. Beautiful. Right. Step 36 done. Step 37. Need 4 tiny little pieces, 2 of each. What are we up to? 3 likes on the live stream. Thank you very much. Nice to see people are enjoying the lives. or enjoying this live stream anyway. If you're liking, be sure to get those likes in if you haven't done so. Also, got one new sub today as well, so thank you very much. Also, keep the subs coming in as well. One of those, and I need another one, but I can't find it because all these tiny little bits are all the same color. Well, not all of them. There are some that are different colors, but the pieces I need, they're all sort of merging into one big blob. Right, so that goes on top of that. Same with that one. And then these are going near where the FX Pro stickers are, and they're going with the going sort of facing that way. Okay, so with these going where they are, they're definitely going to be the side mirror holders. Harrison Morley, I'm finishing off the Land Rover, and then I'll make a start on either the Harry Potter book nook or the Sherlock one. Nice. I'm surprised you haven't finished off the Land Rover. I thought you would have had that completed by Friday. Because I know you were building it the other day, and I know it was your mission to try and get it finished, to have it done. But I guess you got some of it done, but not quite all of it done. So I'm actually surprised you still got, a bit of it left to do. One bag to go. Okay, so it's not like you've got a load of bags left to do. I'm guessing that one bag's just like little finishing touch bits and pieces. So that's probably just like, I don't know. I was going to say headlights, but you've already done the headlights. But yeah, you probably know what I'm on about. It's probably just like some little sort of decorative bits, or just parts to just sort of give it that finishing touch, to finish look. Right, so that was on there. That's 38 done. Make sure I've covered everything. Yep, covered all of those. 39. I need 2 white pieces, and they are going directly underneath. Well, sort of underneath, but they pop out the sides. So they go there. Step number 40 is one of those, and not that one. 2 of those papaya bits. If I can find the other one. There it is. Then that'll be that one on that side. That one on that side. So it goes like that to go like that. And I only knew how to do that step so quick because that's no different to most of the other sets I've done. It's just the engine, bonnet, license plates, and then it's done. Yeah, so effectively just like the little finishing touch parts. So it's not like it's anything major. It's not like it's any sort of major parts. It's just little finishing bits and pieces. So yeah, you should have that done. Yes, you should have that done pretty quick. put my teeth in because I think I had a stroke mid. I did it again. I think I had a stroke mid sentence. So yes, that shouldn't be too bad. So one of those, and are they going to be in here or are they going to be in the other one? Despises me. No, they're in here. One of those, and nope, not that one. Not that one. It's kind of the one I want, but that's in grey. I don't want the grey one. That's the one. Right, so blue part goes on top there. And then these two black pieces go above where the papaya bit is. So that completely sort of encases the front axle part. Okie dokie. Alrighty. Now we need one of them. Oh no, sorry, we need two of those. Two of those, and really dark blue piece. It's not quite Red Bull Racing navy blue. Well, not the sort of Red Bull Racing navy blue, but it's all the sort of just a real dark blue piece. And this is no different to some of the other models I've done of how these are positioned. So one goes there. Oh no, actually no, it doesn't. Well, it kind of goes there, but it doesn't quite go in the area where I put it. Yeah, because it's on the other way, so that goes up that way. Hello, Aaron. How you doing? Those go there. That's it. Right, and then this has got to go. I'm kind of doing this back to front because the way it's showing me to do this side first and then on this side. So I'm kind of doing. I'm essentially doing 42 and 44 the other way around. So I'm technically doing 44 and then I'll do 42 and then 43. But it doesn't matter as long as it goes in the correct areas. That's the main thing. Right, so it needs sticker number 22. It makes a difference. Both of these particular stickers I need are both marked as 22. So we shall go like that, and then this goes on like that. And now I need the other two of those. Don't need that bit, but I need that bit. Oh, nearly sent half me Lego bits scattering across the universe that is the desk. Another one of those. Flip this around. And that one's got to go that way. That one's got to go that way. And then turn that way round to make sure I'm putting the sticker the correct way round. go. I'm good. Just sunburnt after going out on Saturday with my boss. You okay? Yeah, I'm all right. I'm all right. I say I got sunburned. I didn't get like massively sunburnt, but yeah, and the same with me. Saturday, sort of just a tiny bit of sunburn on the back of my neck from obviously working out in the sun. Slightly cooked the back of my neck. So I remember coming home from work Saturday, and then just sort of towards the back end of the day, back of my neck started to get really itchy. And I remember saying to Rachel, I went, "Can you just check the back of my neck?" I think I might have caught the sun a bit too much. And she looked at it. She went, "Yeah." She went, "It looks like you have got a tiny bit of sunburn on the back of your neck." So I was like, "Oof." So that happened. And then obviously Sunday, I was on a ride that made me stand in the sun and slowly roast again. So it didn't make the sunburn any worse because it didn't itch yesterday and it hasn't been itching today. So, but to be fair, I did have one of the first aiders come over to me and give me a bit of sun cream to sort of slap on the back of my neck. I put a little bit of the sun cream on my arms, but I just put a majority of it on the back of my neck because my arms weren't burnt. My arms are actually quite decently tanned, but I definitely put some on the back of my neck just to sort of try and protect the back of my neck, which I think may have helped. But it's hard. Like I know they say everyone should put sun cream on, but I very rarely do because usually I don't burn. I don't usually get sunburn. I'll tan, but even then, getting a suntan, I very rarely tan. So the fact that I sort of I got a tan, but then got to the point where I started to burn, that's a very rare occurrence. So yeah, I was a little bit more on the cautious side. Sunday, but yeah, so they weren't too bad. But Sunday, I did feel a little sort of heat-induced sickness, which was luckily timed well because when one of my colleagues came over to do my code 1, I did say to him, "Well, I'm just going to quickly run to the toilet because I feel like I'm going to be sick." And lucky enough, I wasn't fully sick in the toilets, but I sort of got myself ready in that position in case I was sick. But then, yeah, sort of came out of the toilets after going to the sink and just splashing some cold water on my face, which just sort of helped cool my face down a bit. And then went back over to where I needed to be, and I was sort of all right for the last sort of hour or so. Just sort of sucked it up and just got on with it and sort of soldiered through, so to speak. Just soldiered through it. I thought if I fall on my ass now, I fall on my ass, you know. So there's gonna be one way to remove me off my ride, and that will be in a freaking wheelchair if need be. I was gonna work, you know. I was gonna stand my ground until I end up like a freaking king's guard, you know, and like a king's guard on their freaking sentry duty or whatever. Like, you know, stand there until I fucking fall down flat on my face and, you know, end up having someone else come over and, you know, literally carry me away. But yeah, I wasn't too bad. I sort of got through the day. He's not following the book. Dangerous. Yeah, I know. Not following the. I'm not following the instructions. Emmett will not be best pleased. Was it because, as Emmett says in the Lego Movie, you must always follow the instructions. And I didn't. I was a bit of a rebel. I decided to do well. I effectively followed two two of the steps, I just did the sides of the steps I was doing in reverse. So I sort of was following them, just not in the order it shows you in the book. I was doing them a bit sort of back to front, but I've put everything in the right place. It's fine. I've done the little turning vanes, which is steps 43 and 45. So I essentially went 44, 42, 43, 45 is how I essentially just done the steps I've just done. Mine is a bit of arms and one under the knee. Only one sunburn under the knee. It's weird. So sunburn under one knee, not sunburn under the other knee, and then sunburn on the arms. Sunburn on the arms I can understand, but like, you know, it's easy to answer, oh, how have you got sunburn on your arms? Oh, you know, I've had both my arms exposed. But when you've got sunburn on one knee, like, how have you only got sunburn on one knee? Like, you know, questions shall be asked. Mine was caused by sitting outside at Parnia Jones, the bar on Claremont Pier. Okay. Yeah, I wish I could have, you know, chilled out over the weekend, especially the fact because it was the First Light Festival was on and all that. But yeah, unfortunately, I couldn't go to the First Light Festival to, you know, see what was on and stuff because I unfortunately had to work because obviously someone had to work, and unfortunately it was me. Although, from what I heard, a couple of people at work pulled sickies just so they could go to the First Light Festival, which is naughty. But I mean, to be fair, First Light Festival is not really my thing anyway, so I wasn't too fussed about missing out on it. I'm working and earning some money. So yeah. Right. Back to stickers. And I need number 25. Sticker number 25. Peel that off. Lovely. And this has got to go. How is my hand so unsteady? I've had a can and a quarter of Coke, of cola. Mind you, it was the sort of cheap off-license cola, that's all Happy Shopper stuff, or Euro Shopper cola. And then I just finished off about a quarter of a 2-liter bottle of the bar cola, which is nicer than the Euro Shopper cola. I'll say I've finished it off. I've still got about like a bit in the cup left. So I thought with all that caffeine, like with the caffeine I've had, like it give me a steady hand. But yeah, clearly it hasn't. My boss only invited me from work. It was good. They had music at the bar too. Okay, nice. Yeah, I mean, there was one point. What was it? Saturday night. I was sort of just getting ready to go to bed, and the bathroom window was open. And I remember going to the bathroom, and because the bathroom window was open, it was so quiet around my area. I could actually hear the music that was coming from over at the beach. So like over from like Claremont Pier area and all that, because obviously the festival was on the sandy part of the beach, sort of like on the south side of Claremont Pier. So yeah, I could like literally hear the music, and I was like, Jesus Christ! I was like, if I can hear the music all the way up here, and I'm about a good probably like a good couple of miles away from like the main promenade area. I was like, Jesus Christ! I was like, freaking those that live, literally 5 minutes from the beach, like fucking, probably getting earfuls of that stuff. So yeah, so I could sort of tell the music was on loud. Bar cola is underrated. Yeah, bar cola is not too bad. To be fair, bar cola is not too bad. It's definitely underrated. A load of people think it's like sort of nasty, cheap ass cola. To be fair, I'd rather take bar cola over the cheap. I mean, I'll still drink the cheap cola anyway, because at the end of the day, a drink's a drink, like. But yeah, the bar cola is nice, especially when you've got to consider. I mean, what from the corner shop near us, Harrison? Well, I say near us, but the one that's near me, which is the one on the bottom of Oxford Road, near the junction with Boston Road and Church Road. In there, I think it's like £1.19 for a 2 litre bottle. Whereas if you got like Coca-Cola or something like that, I mean, even if you've got like Coke Zero, you're paying like 170 something, 180 something. And if you've got full fat Coke, you're looking at like £2 something. I mean, even if you got like Pepsi or Pepsi Max, you're probably paying like 150, 160 something ish. Probably slightly more than that. So yeah, the bar cola is a good alternative. You know, it's a good sort of budget alternative. But yeah, the fact that because it tastes like cheap cola, but then it's not quite cheap cola. It's cheaper than full fat cola and proper Coke, but it's a good middle ground. Like it's a decent middle ground. And you got to think bar cola as well. That's made by the same guy. Well, it's made by the same company that makes Iron Brew. Right, so the company that makes the good old famous Scottish national drink of Iron Brew, they're the ones that make bar cola. So, you know, you would think that those guys know what they're doing when it comes to making soft drinks, because they have an knack for it. It's just a shame that, to be fair, it's quite rare to find like a 500ml bottle of the bar cola. I can only ever find the bar cola either in the cans, in a 330ml cans, or in the 2 litre bottles. I can never find them in like the 500ml bottles, which is a little bit annoying. But end of the day, it's one of those where it's like it's not the end of the world. Scottish cola, yeah, exactly. Scottish cola. I have Lidl cola. Do you know what? I've actually tried the Lidl cola. If I remember correctly, what the brand is, I think it's Freeway, isn't it? If I remember, I think it's like Freeway Cola, which is the Lidl version. That's actually quite nice. Like that, like again, I think that is kind of like similar to the bar cola, where it's not quite like taste wise, it doesn't taste like regular cheap cola, but then at the same time, it's not. Yeah, it doesn't quite taste like regular cheap cola. Well, I'd say with the Lidl cola, that's kind of the way it tastes for me is sort of like it's like it tastes like Pepsi, but it's at the price of bar cola. So it sort of costs like it's roughly in the same price range as bar cola, probably like albeit probably a little bit cheaper than bar cola, but it tastes similar on par to Pepsi. Yeah, it Freeway. Yeah, I thought it was the Freeway one, but yeah, that is nice. I've had that one. I heard nothing. Well, it's not surprising you didn't hear anything, Harrison. You live like another 2 minutes up the road from me. Plus, you live like the next street across. So it's not surprised you didn't hear anything, but then you probably had all your windows shut. But yeah, I had my windows open and I couldn't hear it. Like it wasn't massively loud, but I could sort of just make out the music. Like it was just very distant, sort of boom, 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 boom. Like you could hear like the bass in the music, so you couldn't really make out the actual songs themselves, but you could just sort of hear like the bass going, which was quite interesting. But yeah, I mean, like once I was in the bedroom, crawling into bed, getting ready to sleep, I couldn't hear anything. It was only once I was in the bathroom with the window open I could actually hear it. But other than that, like, not a sound. The only thing I hear from mine is the boat at Wherry and the Nearly Festival too. Yeah, because the Nearly Festival and the power boats are obviously over at Nicholas Everett Park, and obviously you live closer to Nicholas Everett Park than I do. So it's one of those that I live closer to the beach than you do, but you live closer to Nicholas Everett Park than I do. Right, I just realised I've put that one on the wrong one because that needed to go on the side like that. And then this goes on like that. Right, so that's that bit. And now I need some other bits. Yeah, I mean, if anything, I mean, I don't really do events that much just purely because I don't really have the money to go to events. I know, obviously, the First Light Festival's free to go to and all that, but I don't usually go because either A, I'm either working on the day that an event's happening, or like I just don't get invited to be able to go. Like, right, let me book the day off so I can go and do it. The only days I've got booked off for any event that I'm doing is the Norcon, which is in September, which is the 28th and the 29th of September. I've got those 2 days booked off, which is a Saturday and a Sunday, because I'm hoping to go to that. Usually by now, I would have already booked the days off, booked my train tickets down and back if I go by train, and I've usually got the tickets to get in, and I've usually also got my hotel booked. So far this year, I've booked the days off, but I don't have my tickets booked. I don't have my hotel booked, and I don't have my travel booked. So, but there's a part of me that's probably because there was a part of me that's thinking, right, if I was going to book any travel because the aim was to go down by moped, so use my moped to go down. I don't have the moped yet, so because I don't have that yet, and I don't know if I'm going to have it by the time September rolls around. Hopefully I do, but if I don't, then if I don't go by train, I mean, I still would have to get a bus anyway to get to where I need to go to because it's the showground I've got to go to. So even if I don't have the moped and I don't sort of do the train and then a bus to get there, the plan is to just go by bus. So I'll be taking the X1 all the way up to Norwich, then change at the bus station, and then either hop on an XLB or a C, I think it is. That will drop me off directly outside the showground, or get the Connect bus number 4, which will drop me off at the showground, because I'll probably do what I did last year, which is when I stay in the hotel, I'll stay in the Premier Inn that's literally directly across the road rather than stay in the city centre. Okay, yes, the showground is a bit more expensive than staying in the city centre, which is odd. Usually the city centres are more expensive than staying outside of them. But yeah, I may sort of I sort of book to stay out there because then at least I'm just across the road, so then I haven't got to worry about bussing up and then sort of going there. I can literally come at the hotel, cross the road, straight to the showground, straight there, and I can spend all day at the event rather than, let's say, like jumping on a bus and then taking a bus to get there and then probably missing out on the first sort of half hour to an hour or so due to being caught up in traffic or something. But I've got to get that done. I've got to get the tickets booked and I've got to get the hotel booked because the later I leave it, the more expensive the hotel's going to get, and then obviously the more, then the less chance of getting a room as well. The last thing I want to be doing is going to book for the showground and then they turn around and say, "Oh, sorry, we have no more rooms available," and being like, "Oh fuck, right, I'm going to have to stay in the city centre," and then trying to find somewhere in the city centre. And especially if I want to do cosplay, last thing I want to be doing is getting on a bus dressed like a twat. Whereas if I stay in the showground Premier Inn, it's not too bad because I can get dressed in the hotel, come out of the hotel dressing like an absolute twat, and then obviously just go straight across the road and bang, at the Norfolk Showground, mingling amongst a load of other people that are dressed like complete idiots, all dressed in cosplay and stuff. It's all blending. But I still don't know what I'm going as this year. I'm sort of stuck between 3 characters, effectively. Right, I'm really stuck between 3 characters. It's either I either go as my own Star Wars character, so as my own Sith Lord character, which is Darth Ignis, which is not too bad because I've pretty much got all the bits I need for that anyway, from obviously last year's Norcon. Or I picked up a Darth Vader costume for £1.50 from Sense, which needs there is a hole in a particular area that just needs sewing up, which Rachel said she'll do, but whether that gets done or not, I don't know. So if there's anyone who's handy with a needle and thread and can sew a hole up for us, that'll be fantastic. Especially if you live locally as well, that'll be brilliant. So that needs to get a bit of a repair job done. Plus, there's a couple of bits I would need to get done because the Vader costume, it was just the bodysuit bit that the costume, like of the costume I got. So it doesn't have the Vader helmet and it doesn't have the Vader gloves. So I've got to get the Vader gloves and helmet. And the helmet I want to get is the Black Series, where that's like 170 quid. So the Vader costume is a bit 50-50. Because the gloves are going to be about 15-20 quid. So I don't know quite yet if I'm going to go as Vader. But then the other option was I was going to go as Heath Ledger's version of the Joker. But I need to get the actual costume. I need to get the face paint. I need to get the wig. And there's a few sort of prop bits I want to get with it. So if I do all that, that's going to cost me a pretty penny. So I'm sort of like, I don't know. And especially the fact, as I mentioned, I don't have the hotel booked yet. I don't have the tickets booked yet. I'm sort of one of those, it's like, oh, what do I do? Or just being the case of, I'll skip cosplay this year and just go as myself sort of thing, which is kind of boring, but it may just be like, well, I may not have an option. So yeah, I'm sort of leaving it late, but then it's been one of those years where it's been weird and like things have just happened that I'll sort something out and then an issue comes across and then deal with that issue and then another issue comes across and then you deal with that one and then another issue comes across. So yeah, because this year I've definitely been battling a little bit more on the sort of health side of things. My health's definitely been a bit more topsy-turvy this year than it has been the other sort of past couple of years. Sort of having sciatica in my hip, which kind of rendered me useless and unavailable for work for 2 weeks. So missed out on a lot of money, well, making money at work there because of being off for 2 weeks with sciatica and all sort of drugged up to my eyeballs. So it's, yeah, just a little frustrating. I'm sort of frustrated that things I wanted to have done, I've not quite been able to do. And then things just getting in the way and just slightly irking me a bit. Like just irking me and it's annoyed me a bit, cheesed me off a little. But unfortunately, that's life. Life likes to kick you in the nuts and it likes to do it repeatedly. But yeah, it is what it is. So you just have to, as the penguins of Madagascar like to say, you just have to smile and wave, boys. Smile and wave. So that's exactly what I'm doing. Is that Norwich Comic Con? Yeah. Yes, that's the Norwich Comic Con, which is the Norcon, because I know Norwich tend to do 2 Comic Cons. And they had one back in April, I think it was, which I was going to look at going to, but I couldn't. In the end, I couldn't end up going to it because I just had things happen. Like things happened and got in the way, and that kind of kiboshed me being able to go. That's one place where they have loads of events, but it's so out of the Norwich area. Yeah, it's the trouble. It's like obviously the Norfolk Showground's brilliant for like the events they do. It's just the problem is it's just right over the opposite side of Norwich. So you sort of like together you kind of have to go into the Norwich City Centre and then you've got to travel out of Norwich to get there. I mean, hell, I didn't even know until quite recently, about a month or so ago, or about 3 weeks ago. Can't remember when it was, but I remember Harrison, like, I jumped in a car with him, and we all just went, like, we went somewhere that he knew, where they did like a store that did like loads of Lego and stuff, and was like, okay, well, we'll go and check it out. And then we rocked up at Smith's Toy Superstores, and at first I wasn't even sure where we were going until I realised I saw the signs for Norfolk Showground, and I was like, oh, hang on a minute, like, hang on a minute, we're actually going to, like, we're going to the Norfolk Showground. Well, we're not going to the Showground, but we're going somewhere near the Norfolk Showground. And then we realised we went into the Longwater Business Park, and then saw the Smith's Toy Superstores, and I was like, since when? Like, since when did Norwich have a Smith's Toy Superstores, like, just completely hidden out of the way? I didn't even know that they had one. It was one of those I was happy I went because, sort of went there and then you just see the one aisle completely dedicated to nothing but Lego, just shelves on the left, shelves on the right, about, don't know how many fucking stories high, but like at least probably like a good story and a half high of just like nothing but boxes of Lego. It was just like, oh my god, like what, what on earth? I mean, it was good. It was good because it gave me a choice to sort of do my Lego list and be like, right, I need to get this set. I need to get that set. Like this one, I might get that one, and may potentially get. But yeah, never even knew that Norwich had a Smith's Toy Superstores until that one day. I definitely came away with something that day because I ended up coming away with the F40. Came away with the Speed Champions F40 that day because I thought to myself, while I'm here, I don't know when I'm going to be back here to have another look around it, so I might as well go away with something. Plus, they had the Speed Champions F40 on sale, so I was like, well, I might as well. So I did. end up picking up something. So yeah, it weren't too bad. They should have a shuttle bus from the train station to there, to be honest, especially the concerts. Yeah, you would have thought they would, or you'd think they would do something like that, but yeah, no. I mean, it's not overly too bad anyway, because like if you got the number 4 Connect bus from Norwich bus station, it's only like £3 because obviously the government have obviously like capped the single fare to £3. So yeah, it's not too bad. So what, essentially like £6 to sort of get up there and back, and then obviously if you're using a bus to get to and from Norwich, that's like another £6 there. So altogether you're paying like £12 just to get there and back. So it's not, well, £12. No, it's not £12. No, yeah, yeah, 2 6s are 12. That's right. I failed at maths in school anyway, so wouldn't surprise me if I looked at an absolute tit on YouTube trying to do maths and stuff. It's not something I excelled at. It's not something I'm proud of, but yeah, it is what it is, isn't it? It is what it is. Some people excel at some things, others don't, and unfortunately, maths was not something I excelled at. Does it bother me? Not really. IKEA going to be opening up a mini store in Norwich soon. Okay. To be fair, that'll probably be worth me and Harrison going to look for display cabinets and stuff for our Lego sets. Well, probably not so much Harrison, but me, because I'm still on the hunt for a display cabinet, because I'm looking for a display cabinet to specifically put the Lego Technic SF24 in, but also for any other Lego sets I get, so that I can have somewhere to display them, because as I have mentioned a few times before in the past, my corner display cabinet is already pretty much full of, the display cabinet I've got in the corner is pretty much full of trinkets and collectible bits and pieces that I've already sort of collected, and it's primarily full of my diecast F1 cars plus a GT3 car and a Le Mans hypercar. I've got some commemorative pin badges in there. I've actually got a trophy from a esports race. I say an esports race, it's more of a tournament, sort of an esports tournament I did a while back, which was part of a Discord league that no longer exists anymore, unfortunately. And it's got my Star Wars collectibles in there. It's got some of my Star Wars collectibles in there. So yeah, there's not really like space in there, and I've got some collectibles that are stored in the cabinet underneath the display section of it, but obviously that cabinet door doesn't like the cabinet door on the bottom doesn't have glass, like it's not a glass door or a door with a window like the top half is, so you can't see what's in there. So I want to get a display cabinet so I can take the collectible bits out of there, keep the books in there, but take the collectible bits out and put them in the display cabinet so they can actually be on show. But I can't do that yet because I've got nowhere to put them. IKEA did a collab with Lego a few years ago. Oh, did they? Didn't even know that. That would have probably been cool, if they did something like a Lego themed display cabinet. That would have been epic. That would have been pretty epic to have just to have like a. Yeah, I know what I'm talking about. My brain's just my brain's buffering so hard it's hilarious. Right, which way round are you supposed to go? Right, because you're saying you're supposed to go in there, but you're not going all the way in. Or unless you're supposed to go in there, but then you're supposed to hang out. Ah, okay, right, yeah. Yeah, so the little circular part is to hang out, and then the rest of this has got to go through. So this is going to be fiddly because I've got to try and line this tiny little blue bit up, and then I've got to thread the axle through. I ended up threading the axle bit through, but not through the bit that I needed it to go into. Let's try that again. Come on. There we go. That's better. Right. Next bit. Two more of the black bits. They did storage boxes and something else. I'll send you a link or something via Instagram about the collab. Okay, yeah. Yeah, send a link thing through DMs on Insta or something, and I'll take a look because I never knew that. Like Lego storage box, I would have loved a Lego storage box, but trouble is if I get Lego storage box, A, I wouldn't have anywhere to put the storage box, and two, it would just probably end up being filled with rubbish. Put like things that are completely useless in there. Although to be fair, I have got a couple of storage boxes with some of my sort of spare PC bits and pieces that are like just cheap, the cheap black plastic storage boxes that I got from Poundland a couple of years back, and they're starting to crack and disintegrate a bit. So I might have to get some proper sort of storage boxes, but yeah, I'll probably have to look on like eBay for like the Lego ones. Right. Now I need those two bits that were getting on my nerves earlier. And I also need that bit there. That bit there. Bag number 4. Gonna need that bit. That bit, and then should be 2 clear pieces. That's that one. There's the other one. There it is. That's those 2. Right. So I need to take one of those. Then that goes through that way. That bit goes on that way. And then that goes on like that. Copy and paste. That one on that way. That one on that way. And then it's literally in all the way through on that side, and in all the way through on that side. There we go. Okie dokie. Number 62. That's the step we're on. I've always wanted to go to Comic-Con, but there's never been anyone who I want to meet at Norwich. Yeah, they're sort of hit and miss. From what I remember, actually, let me look out because I can't remember who's at this one. I'm pretty sure the last time I checked, you've got the actor who played Crab, I think it is. The one who played Crab in the Harry Potter films. He's going to be there. Can't remember his name, but I know he's going to be there. See if I can find it. See, TV and film guests. Here we go. Beautiful lineup. So at this year's NorCon, you've got Paul McGann, who was one of the Doctor Who's. He's going to be there on both days, the 27th and the 28th. You've got Josh Herdman, who was the one who played Crab in the Harry Potter films. He's going to be there across both days, the 27th and the 28th. You've also got Terry Malloy, who sort of played like one of the alien creature things from Doctor Who. Don't know whether he's one of the more modern villain ones or he's one of the sort of older Doctor Who villain ones. It looks like one of the older ones. You've got Mike Quinn from Star Wars and Jim Henson's The Dark Crystal. He's going to be there. Mike Quinn was the one who played one of the weird sort of alien pilot-looking things. It's got like the big ears and the pilot's hat and like two cheeks. So you've got him. And you've also got Simon Williamson, who I guess was like one of the sort of puppeteers who played some of the sort of like background characters from Star Wars and stuff. And he was also in the Dark Crystal as well, and he's appearing both days as well. So those are who like currently announced that are going to be there. But I'm guessing like the ones that are going to be more known or heard of is obviously Josh Herdman, Paul McGann, and Terry Malloy. They're like, I guess, the three that sort of stand out more so than the others. I know Manchester Comic-Con got Ned Luke, the voice of Michael in GTA 5. Yeah, I mean, that's the trouble is that obviously the NorCon one, as popular as it is, it's not like, it doesn't really get like the sort of well-known people or it doesn't get like the super sort of well-known people, which is a bit of a shame. But and obviously, I guess like the Manchester one's obviously going to be more popular because it's obviously I'd say it's a city Comic Con. Obviously, the Norwich one's essentially a city Comic Con, but I guess like the Manchester one's probably just a little bit more popular and probably held in a bigger venue than what Norwich is, because you got to think Norwich, it's just like the showground's essentially just like massive green space and then like one tiny little like building, which is a bit annoying. You think that obviously when they do the Comic Con at the Excel Center, obviously that's a big massive exhibition hall, so they can have more sort of more guests there, and I guess it's funded better, like they have more money to spend on being able to get like the bigger guests and like the bigger celebrities and stuff like that, whereas the Norwich one's a little bit more scaled down in comparison. But yeah, I mean, like the first one I went to, which was not last year, it wasn't the year before that, because I think I missed out. Yeah, I think it was about well, no, the first Comic Con I went to would have been before the pandemic. It was just before the pandemic, the first Comic Con I went to. And when I went to that one, there was a couple of faces that I can't remember because it was a while back. The only one that stands out to me was they had the singer Toya Wilcox was there. I didn't even know who the hell Toya Wilcox was, but I guess unfortunately for me, the wife knew who Toya Wilcox was. So obviously I had to get Toya Wilcox's signature, and obviously the wife asked, and the wife got Toya Wilcox's signature. I think I've just picked up the wrong one, haven't I? Right now, so if that's got to go that way, okay, yeah, so that's actually got to go on that one. The stickers were throwing me off then, but yeah, like sort of Toya Wilcox was there, so obviously got Toya Wilcox's autograph for Rachel, and I got a picture taken with her and whatnot. Yeah, so that was a while ago. That one was a long while ago. I know that was my first Comic Con I went to because that was the year I went dressed as Bart Simpson. I went as Bart Simpson dressed that year. Norwich needs a Lego store. Yes, they do indeed. Either Norwich or Lowestoft to get a Lego store. I don't care who gets a Lego store. Who gets a Lego store first? Just at least one of them. That's what they should have done. Instead of building a big, massive super drug up at the retail park, it should have been a Lego store. Should have been a Lego superstore. But unfortunately, it wasn't. It was turned into a super drug, because it's exactly what this town needs is 2 super drugs and a Boots. Yeah. Norwich or Lowestoft. Lego, if you're listening, or if anyone out there is a representative of Lego, please get a Lego store to either Norwich or to Lowestoft. Me and Harrison will be glad to sort of come along and do the opening ceremony for you. Screw getting Mayor of Lowestoft to do it, or the member of parliament for Lowestoft. Screw them. Screw getting them to do it because they'll want too much money. Me and Harrison will do it for a free set of Lego. I think Lego would more go to Norwich than here. Yeah, we need Lego. We don't need more beauty shops now. Exactly. We need Lego stores. And like I said, Harrison, you and me, we'll open it. We don't want. We'll open it. We won't. We won't put a price on like coming to open it. As long as they give us a free Lego set, we'll be happy. A free Lego set worth about £250. I'll be happy. We will run the bloody store. Yeah, that'll go well, Fricky. How are we doing it? Me as the store manager, and you as the deputy, eh? You're the assistant store manager, and I'm the actual store manager. God, fucking hell, that shop won't last long. Probably shut within a week. But yeah, screw it. I've got like 20 odd years of retail experience, so I'll run it. I'll run the store. I can employ people I know I trust. I can employ people to work in the store that I know are decent workers and will actually do their job and not slack off like. Give the workers good incentives like having your birthday off as a official day off that doesn't count towards your holiday entitlement. Something like that. So that when it gets to your birthday, you haven't got to worry about booking your birthday off and using your holiday entitlement up, because you're going to have that day off as a free holiday day. It's a free holiday. Fair enough. It'll be an unpaid holiday, but you still get it off for free. Like, you know what I mean? I mean, come on. Let's be honest. Who likes working on a birthday? No one wants to work on a birthday. Everyone would rather either stay in bed on their birthday or actually go out and celebrate their birthday. No, I know I would. I mean, yes, I could have booked my birthday off from work and used up my holiday entitlement, but I've got I think I've got like 14 hours left. So I want to sort of keep hold of those and sort of use them elsewhere, or sort of keep them in case I need to use them elsewhere. So, for example, if the wife has an emergency, then I can sort of use the day up to sort of use a holiday day up to cover for that emergency should it happen. Hopefully, touch wood, it doesn't. I think the wife's used up a spare allowance of emergencies, but yeah, ideally, I would like to go at least 1 year where nothing happens. It's probably the reason my hair color is accelerating from going from dark to grey, because she's the result of it. She's the result of my hair going grey. She's accelerated the hair color, the change of hair color from dark to grey because of all the stress. Because of all the stress of worrying over her. Right. Shuffle that so there's more in the middle. There we go. Sorry, we have run out of Lego because we've built it all. Yeah, exactly. It'll be like the think there was like a story years ago where someone had like bought a theme park, but then they never opened the theme park to anyone because they literally just bought it for themselves and opened it for themselves, and then they had to end up shutting it down because they ran out of money to like operate it. And then they regretted never actually opening it up to everyone. That'd be like us with a freaking Lego store. Get told like you're losing so much money a month. Like what? Why is this? Oh, because we've not opened the store. We've kept the store shut because we just want to build the Lego. We don't want it. We don't want anyone coming in the store and making a mess of the store or disturbing us. Bet you love her though. Yeah, of course I do. Don't love it when she gets on my bloody nerves, but yeah, of course I love her. I mean, someone's got to. someone's got to love her. Oh, I've done it again, haven't I? Where I've done the two engine cover side bits, but there's like another step in between that I've missed out on. That's come off, and I didn't want those to come off because it's me getting ahead of myself. Right, so that needs to go in there. This needs to go in here. And in there, and then that goes on there. And goes like that. Now OCD is going to kick in and I'm going to want to line that up. That's fine. Let's line up perfectly. Right. Yep, so that's that one. So step number 68. I'm not even sure how far into this I am. Well, back 3 and 4, so just from that, sort of safely say about halfway through. So on this side, I need McLaren logo. Sticker number 8. So doesn't matter which side it is, as long as I pull it the right way around, and it needs to go on that way. Oh, just move it a bit further up. There we go. Perfect. Step number 70. One of those. And one of those. I would love a Black Mirror TV show Lego set. I mean, you never know. They may do one. They may do one at some point. I mean, what they got like? I think. Have Lego ever done a Doctor Who set? I'm not too sure. I think they may have done Doctor Who sets, but if they haven't, they need to do Doctor Who ones. If they have done, then it's a case of, well, if they can make Doctor Who, if they've done the Simpsons, which they have done, and they're doing Harry Potter and F1 and stuff like that. If they can do all those, I can't see no reason why they wouldn't do Black Mirror. I'll tell you one Lego set I would love to see them do is Squid Games one. I don't know why. Just if there was ever a Squid Games Lego set, I would definitely buy that. I do like Squid Games, which actually reminds me, season 2.5 actually comes out this week. Comes out on Friday, actually, 27th, because 27th of June is when it comes out on Netflix. So I'll be able to watch it. I'll be able to binge. The second one, and I think I may have just done a sticker backwards. I think I've got that one going that way, and that one's going that way. That way. It's not showing me the other. Right, because that one's got to go that way. I assume the other one's got to face the other way anyway, otherwise it wouldn't make any sense. Because that one's got to face that way. Which means that one's got to face that way to make sure that the logo's in the right orientation. Otherwise, it's facing the other way. It means that the logo faces backwards. It doesn't clearly show. It doesn't show it clearly, but I'm guessing what do they could do red light go in the piggy bank too with the minifigures. Yeah, see, they could do that. I mean, they could even do like the actual final game bit where you've actually got like the actual Squid Game line markings, and then you just got like the Lego minifigures, so you can sort of like place them around. That'd be cool. Fair enough, that'd be quite a simple set because it'll literally just be like 2 plates, and you essentially build the base plate up with the playground and then obviously the Squid Game bit, and then minifigures and job done. But yeah, I mean, like, like the girl from Red Light, Green Light, the piggy bank, just like a little diorama set of like the sort of dormitory room that they're in. Probably like the mask of the front man, and then obviously the mask of the soldiers. So obviously the circle, the square, and the triangle. Like do like the masks of all those, probably. That'd be pretty cool. Mm-hmm. Right, so with that, right, yeah. So it's saying there that the logo's got. So it's saying on there the logo's got to face the other way. Yeah, see, because that one's saying that that's like that, and that's fine. Yeah, because that's got to sort of face upwards. That one's actually, is that one the right way around? I think I might actually have it the right way around. Yeah, it's saying it's got to face downward. So one's got to face upward, one's got to face downward. Okay, right. Yes, that's sorted out that conundrum. I do have those tiny little stickers with the McLaren logo on them the right way around, because I've just double checked 71. Step 71 is saying that one of them's got to face downwards, and it is that one. Whew. Okay. Panic over. Crisis averted. That was making me panic a bit. It was making me start to panic and freak out, think like, oh no, I fucked it up. But turns out, no, I haven't fucked it up. It's exactly how it's supposed to be. I only own 2 Squid Game Funko Pops. Yeah, no, I don't. See, I don't own the any of the Squid Game Funko Pops. I've only got Star Wars. I would like to have the Funko ones. I just wouldn't have anywhere to put them. That's why I need more display cabinets. So I can have a display cabinet so I can put all the Funko Pops in. But yeah, this house isn't that big for things. I mean, to be fair, I have got in a box somewhere. I think it's in this room. I think it might be near my push bike. There's like a metal shelf. It's like a full metal shelf. So it's more like a sort of hardware shelf kind of thing. It's not a conventional shelf. I mean, I've got that's here. So I could put that up, like sort of assemble it, put it all together, and I could use that as shelving to display things. The only trouble is it'd be out in the air, so it would accumulate dust and stuff, and that will get my fucking nerves. Whereas if I have a proper display cabinet, everything could be locked behind a door, out of dust, right, out and away from the dust. Keep it away from the annoying particles of dust. Otherwise, I'm going to end up finding myself wanting to keep like dusting them down to ensure that they are free of the dust. Just that way. No, that doesn't go that way. That's got to go. Huh? Come on. Oh, I am missing something. Okay, I was thinking like, I know they're going on there, but like what? Like, that's not making sense. It's not adding up how that goes on there. Now I know why. I was just focusing on the one part, not realizing that there was other parts that needed to go with it. So my brain completely left the chat at that point and ventured off and did its own thing. I need to get the front man Funko Pop. I'll send a picture of my Funko Pops via Insta. Okie dokie. Right, so this needs a sticker. This needs a Dropbox sticker. And sticker number 2. Sticker number 2. Sticker number 2. Sticker number 2. Right, so that goes on there. And then these are going that way round. So that one goes in there. That one goes in there. And then this one goes onto there. And then on that tiny little bit, we've got the Workday sticker. What sticker is that one? Number 1. Incy wincy, teeny weeny little Workday sticker. God, hands are shaking like mad. Oh, hands are shaking, so went to apply the sticker and completely lost the grip. There we go. So that goes like that, and then this is that way, and that goes that way. All right, okie dokie. And then that one on there. That one on there. That goes that way. Because then that's got to go that way round. And then this needs sticker number 4 and 5. And I'm looking at the sticker sheet upside down, which is helpful. So that's that one. So that Dropbox sticker goes on top of there. And then itsy bitsy teeny weeny workday sticker. Goes on like that. And then thought I was nearly done with it, but no. Grab that. For that to go like that. And then this goes in under there, I'm guessing. Yeah, because it's got to line up with that. There we go. Perfect. Super duper. Right. That bit onto there. Because that bit latches onto there. Big old chunky piece, and this needs stickers 12 and 3. So the big old OKX. Sometimes these bigger stickers I find that are the pain in the necks to line up perfectly. That's the one part I hate is the stickers. I don't mind doing the stickers. It's just the worst part. That like the bigger the sticker, the slightly easier it is to do. It's just sometimes lining up could be a little bit of a fiddly tactic, but it's the really small ones. So, like you got like this one here, you got this one here, and then like that one there. It's those smaller ones that are the ones that catch me out. Like they're like the really worst ones because they go on like such a small piece of Lego that you sort of struggle to do it. But whereas the big ones, you can sort of get them to where you want them to be, but sometimes they may not sit like fully straight, or you can't sort of get them as straight as you want to. Whereas the little ones, you can get them to be almost perfectly straight, but they're just on a very little bit, so you sort of struggle to line them up. Whereas the big ones, lining them up's not the issue. It's just, or like lining them up is the issue, but then it's like trying to make sure that it's straight right through on completion. And then the final bit I needed, which ended up dropping down between my legs, which is not what I wanted. But it now completely empties out bag number 4. Is the little sort of DRS activator part. There we are. It means I've got a few little extra bits and pieces in there. I haven't got a lot of stickers left, but most of those stickers are essentially going to be for the front part of the car, which is going to be the front wing. It's all like the front wing part. So here we go. Final 2 bags. I know why, but I wish they did more printed blocks and stickers. Yeah, the sort of doing printed blocks would be better, especially if it's a smaller piece. Like doing the smaller pieces as a printed part would be nice, but like because I don't mind the bigger bits being like, oh, you need to put a sticker on, because again, it's a bigger area, so it's easier to get the sticker on. It's just the smaller ones I wish already had like the printed bits, so it's not too bad. I mean, like, again, I do apologize because obviously the camera's not fantastic, but you can sort of make out that on this particular piece of Lego, it's already printed. So you got so like the black part on the side here is sort of printed on. There's a little, you can sort of make out the white text there. I know it's fuzzy. I do apologize, but this says like Richard Mill on the side, and it's the same on the other side here. And then like all the top, so you see you got like the black part on the nose cone there. And if I tilt it so the light's not completely shining on it, but you can make out they've done like all the sponsors and stuff up the sort of the nose cone section of the wing, and then obviously that big grey blob there that's shown up on camera, that's the McLaren logo there. So they've obviously printed all this bit, so you don't have to sticker it. So I don't know why they don't do that with other bits, but hey, they do them, I suppose. They do them. Right. So I need a rain light, and I need that piece, and I need one of those grey sort of grey bits, which is probably hiding in here, and it is indeed hiding in here. So this has got to go at the top, and then a little rain light, when it wants to pop on, goes onto there, and then this also, when it wants to, pops onto the back. There we go. And now effectively I can put the main car to the side. I know, I read that bit. I know if I had the room, I would get the arcade catcher set. Okay, I think I've seen that one. I may have done, I may not, I don't know. I'm not 100% if I have seen it or not. I may have done. I just can't remember off the top of my head. Right, let's load over a little bit. Right, I'm going to take the wheels out of the bag because they're just going to be getting in the way of all the other bits, all the other little bits and pieces. I need that one. Yeah, it's a translucent orange bit. And that one goes on there. That one goes on there. Should easily fly through these bits because the wings are more or less, well, like the bases of the wings are effectively sort of the same steps in all the other sets. Right, just got to remember which way around this goes. Yeah, so that one goes that way. That one goes on that way. And then sent bits blasting out of bag 5, which I didn't mean to do. I just wanted to try and give it a shake, try and break the pieces up so I can see all the bits I need. Right, so I need a semicircle bit, which is that. And then I think I need 2 of the bits that are in here. Yeah. Oh, that's a bit making a run for it that I wasn't intending on having go running. Right, so that's the only one in there. So it means the other one's probably hiding in here. And it is indeed. Just like with a longer triangle bit, one of the longer triangle bits is in bag 6 and the other one's in bag 5. Make that make sense. So that one goes there. That one goes on there. Semicircle piece goes on top. My phone is going off. It's only Gmail, so go away. It's new or coming soon. Okay. So I probably have seen it on the Lego website as I've been sort of skimming through. No, not that bit. Not that bit. Probably means it's hiding in here. It is. That one. Another semicircle piece. In there. That goes up there. That piece goes on there. So that's 86 done. 87. Need that one. And I need another one of those. And annoyingly, another one of these little semicircle part bits, because this bit lines up when it wants to go on with those. This bit then sits there, and then this part. Oh, come on. Get on. There we are. This part goes on here, but let's just straighten that up. There we go. Sticker 32. It has a tiny little McLaren logo on it and the little chrome logo. There we are. So that's on there. Stage 88 or step 88. Take the nose cone bit. Oh, come on. Front part of you was on then. Oh, God's sake, come on. There we go. Got there eventually. Right. 2 of those ones. There we are. Right, so these both need stickers as well. So step 89 of 104, so we're nearly towards the end. Which stickers was it? Number 30 and 33. So sticker number 30 first. And that's going on one of them. And that one's got to go on that side. And then sticker number 33 goes on to this one. And then goes on to that side there. Stickers to be put aside for a moment. And then that one out of that bag. And then its counterpart out of bag 6. Even though they're exactly the same. And that one attaches under there. That one attaches under that one. And step number 91 is that one there. And that one there. These two need stickers as well. And we're looking at sticker 28 and 35. It would be cool to see a PlayStation or an Xbox, the newer ones and older has Lego. Oh, as Lego, yeah. Oh god, could you imagine trying to build a Lego PlayStation 5 or a Lego Xbox? Oh god, I definitely struggle to have room to put those. Oh, it's Biddle. Biddle. Hello, mate. How you doing? How's it going? Biddle. P Biddle has entered the chat. Right, That one goes on there. Do the other side. Where's the sticker on the other side? There it is, number 35. Grab that one. I'll tell you what, for some of my streams, I need to get myself a soundboard. I need to get one of those like Elgato, not soundboard, but you know what I mean, like the Elgato stream sort of desk thing. So it's like a little control panel. You can put like a desk and stuff, and you can program buttons to do things. You should get like one of them that's sort of like programmed with like sounds and stuff on them. So like if a recurring viewer comes, like if a recurring viewer pops back in, like I could play like a particular sound for them. So I'd be like, oh, they're back viewing, and then play like a sound that like just for that particular person and stuff, like a cheer or something, or like like a cheer as if like a goal's been scored or something like that. I think the new Xboxes would be easy to make into Lego, but the PS5 would be hard to do. Well, I don't know. I guess it sort of depends. It depends how they sort of style them and make them. I mean, I know Xbox announced that they've got like a new, I say new. It's essentially what's already out there, but Xbox have now put their name to it because Xbox have partnered up with Asus, or doing like a collab with Asus to make a handheld Xbox. So Asus already have like a handheld gaming PC called a ROG Ally, and Xbox are partnering up with them to make an Xbox ROG Ally and Xbox ROG Ally X, and they're literally no different to the Asus versions, albeit like they're going to have their own dedicated operating system, and they're going to have a different CPU chip in them, and like the sort of hand grips have been designed slightly different compared to the ROG Ally and Asus ROG Ally X. So yeah, there's like no, there's not going to be much difference between them. It's just that they're going to look a little bit different, run different operating systems, and all that. Basically, Xbox is essentially putting like their own little thing on it, because the ROG Ally and ROG Ally X, they run on the desktop version of Windows 11, whereas apparently the Xbox versions are going to have like their own sort of like custom Windows desktop kind of thing that's sort of more aimed towards sort of gaming and stuff like that. Which should be pretty cool, but it just means it's going to, like, to have one of them, it's going to cost more than just having the standard version of the ROG Ally X and stuff like that. So maybe like potentially pointless. It's like people will only buy the ROG Ally and ROG Ally X because it's got the Xbox name on it, when you can essentially already buy that. You're just buying like an older version, like an older model version of it, but one that's not Xbox specific. I think like the only other thing as well is that the Xbox versions, you'll be able to play like Xbox games and stuff like that, whereas on the other one, on the original Asus ROG Allys, I think they're only like Steam, like sort of Steam game compatible ones, I think. So yeah, it seems a bit odd, but hey, they can do, they do them. Okay, I don't need any more pieces. It looked like it was telling me I needed other pieces, but I don't. Right, so I need to. So if I turn these around, so it looks how it looks in the instructions. Basically, that one's got to go on there, which means that one goes on like that. Oh no, sorry, no. One's got to go on that way, which means the other one's got to go that way. That's it. And then that goes on like that. That one goes on up and over like that. And then that one goes on like that. That one goes on like that. Straighten it up so it looks more symmetrical and in line, because the asymmetry bits will drive me up the drive me up the wall. Well, Xbox needs to get the money back from buying loads of gaming studios, plus Xbox games are coming / have come to PlayStation. Yeah, I know. Horizon 5 went over to PlayStation, and I feel so sorry. Pardon me. I feel so sorry for the PlayStation players that got Horizon 5, because I'd tell you this now, Horizon 5 is not all that. Horizon 5 is not all it's cracked up to be. I've played Horizon 5 and it bores me very quickly. It just, like, it's not so much the game itself and like the races and stuff like that. It's just the map. The map for Horizon 5 is just really boring because it's Mexico, and it's just like you got like tiny little areas where you have like, it looks like the map has a bit of life, and then you go into another area and it's just like sheer desert, and it's just completely fucking boring. There's just like nothing out there. Whereas Horizon 4 I like, because number one, it's set in the UK, but then only that, between like the little sort of villages and town bits that they've got in the game, like they're not too far spaced out. So you have one, and then it's like a little quick blast on a little motorway bit, and you're already in like it's like their miniature city version of Edinburgh. Or you go like down a little country road bit, you drive on it for probably about a couple of minutes, and bang, you're in like another little town area. Mexico doesn't really have that. You sort of drive in a load of open road, and then you get to like one little town area, and then you drive on other bits, and then you end up at like a beach that's got no life, or you then go the other way through the little town bit, past like a stadium, and then like end up in like a big massive desert, and there's just like nothing out there. So it's just a little boring, like map wise, Horizon 5. So that's why I feel sorry for PlayStation players. To be fair, PlayStation players should have got Horizon 4. They should have done it earlier, is what I'm saying. Like, they should have done it earlier, allowed the PlayStation players to play Horizon 4, because I think PlayStation players would have preferred Horizon 4 over Horizon 5. Just because of the fact there's just so much more going on in 4 than there is in 5. But yeah, I mean, what do I know? But I feel like they got a little bit hard done by. I've heard Starfield, the space game, is coming to PlayStation. Now, see, that's a good game. That is a good game. I've played Starfield. I've still got Starfield on my Xbox, because I don't own the game. I just have it via Game Pass. But at some point, I will like buy the game out and have it on my Xbox, because I really do like playing Starfield. That's a good one to. That's one of those games where you can play it, and then you'll get so lost in the exploration side of things that you just, before you know it, you've played it for like 7-8 hours straight and not even realized it. because you just get so lost in like going to the other worlds and doing all the exploration. So I do like Starfield. Plus, being a space geek, I like all that. I like all that sort of like freaking space stuff. I reckon old Xbox games will come to PlayStation. Maybe. I know there's rumors going around at the moment that the next Xbox console could potentially be like fully backwards compatible with all Xbox games, so going like right back to the original Xbox. So if that's the case, that would be nice because I do like playing the older Xbox games. I mean, to be fair, I've got rid of all my old Xbox games now because my original Xbox I had no longer worked. But I had things like Leisure Suit Larry. I had the original Forza Motorsport up until like, I think on the original Xbox it was up to like Forza Motorsport 3 before it moved over to 360 and then they did number 4. I had Blink's Time Sweeper. Yeah, like I think like Banjo and Kazooie as well. So I had like a load of them. I even had a racing game that was like, it was like a futuristic style racing game, which was called Quantum Redshift. I fucking love that game, but I couldn't play it on 360 because it wasn't backwards compatible, and I couldn't play it on Xbox One because it wasn't backwards compatible on Xbox One. So I hope and pray that if the new Xbox console is fully backwards compatible with the full back catalog of every single Xbox game, then Quantum Redshift is definitely a game I'm getting because I really love that game. I miss playing that game, in actual fact. I really do miss playing that game. I really, really do miss playing that game. So just bear with me. I'm just quickly checking Discord bits and bobs. Okay, I haven't really missed much out on Discord. Minecraft is an Xbox game, and I heard the same with PlayStation about playing old games. I've heard Steam and some other stuff going to be on the new Xbox console is going to be PC games. Yeah, I've heard things. I've seen like what I would say is leaked images of like someone showing what the Xbox, like the new Xbox sort of home screen could look like on a console, and it's showing like there's like a sort of Steam app supposedly meant to be on there. Like I wouldn't fully believe it, but I mean it would. Like I could see it from like how it would make sense to do that because obviously Microsoft make the Windows operating systems and stuff like that, so it would make sense that if Xbox is owned by Microsoft, it would just make sense to just be like, well, you have Steam on PC, why don't just have Steam on Xbox? Like it just sort of makes sense, but yeah, whether they do or not, I don't know. It's one of those, they should do it for it to make sense, but would they do it? I generally don't know. I would like them to, just purely because, like I said, it would make sense for them to do it. But whether they actually would or not, I honestly don't know. I don't have, I don't work for Xbox. I don't work for Microsoft, so I don't know. I can't say, oh yeah, this is going to happen, or oh yeah, that's not going to happen, because I generally don't have a Scooby Doo. But I guess from a consumer standpoint, I can see why it would make sense. Have they put that on right? Yeah, I have. Right, okay. I think my eyes were playing tricks on me. I was sort of looking at the piece. I was like, hang on, the piece doesn't look right, but the piece is right. I think it's just, yeah, it looks like just in manufacturing, they haven't sort of like cut a little bit of the excess off properly. Well, it doesn't matter. These ain't gonna be looked at up close anyway. They're gonna be looked at from quite a distance because they're gonna be sat behind. It's gonna be sat behind a pane of glass in a shelf. The trouble is, will there be console exclusive Xbox games on it to get people to buy it? Yeah, honestly, I don't know. I think the whole days of like the console exclusives are more or less over. I generally can't see it happening, but I mean, who knows? I guess you just have to sort of keep your eyes on it and see what they say, see what Microsoft say, and see what Xbox says. Right, does that come through fully? Almost. Come on. Push that through just a little bit more. There we go. Right, okay. So next bit I need is one of those. Well, not just one of those. I need two of those. I need two of those. Let's pop that over there for a minute. And I need two of teeny tiny little black pieces. Itsy bitsy teeny weeny. Not a yellow polka dot bikini. So that one goes on there. Tiny little black square goes on there. And then I need the Walt sticker. And I need 23? Yeah, number 23. There we go. It's not quite on fantastically, but that does not matter. It's one of those little tricky ones anyway. All right, let's just say it. Hang on. Okay, 96 is showing both to do both sides. I was like, hang on, where was the step for doing the opposite side? But literally just showing the same thing twice in one step. That's like another thing with these that sort of throws you off is that in some of them it shows you like one step to do one side to do and then the next step is literally on the reverse side you're literally just doing the same thing. And I've had that in this in this one where it's gone like, oh, step number, I don't know, let's say step 45. Step 45, you do this side. And then step 47 is literally the same thing, just on the other side. Whereas 96 is like, right, for the left and the right side, you do this twice. So if you can do that for step 96, why not do it for step 43 and 47? Like, you could have step 43 and 47 literally in just step 43 and be right. You do this, and then you need to do the same thing, but you've got to do it on the opposite side. You just got to reverse a couple of bits around to make it work on the other side. It makes no sense. It literally makes no sense. I can see this being the last Xbox console. And then they will go to be the games publisher. Possibly. I hope it's not, though, for the Xbox fans. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I'm a Xbox fan, but I mean, even if it was the last console they did and never did a console after that, would I be like, oh, it's a sad day, cry about it and whatnot? No, not really. Because I wouldn't be too fussed by then. I'd be too old to really give a shit anyway. And be fair, I'll probably be at the point where I'll be like, oh, well, I'm too old to play video games now anyway. And, you know, like, at that sad age where I'm old enough where I'll be like, you know, constantly licking my lips to keep them wet and too busy watching like the old, well, watching the like the game shows that come on at like 3-4 o'clock in the afternoon. Like, just sat there watching that with, you know, probably a tablet in my hand, like just sort of keeping up with news things, because I don't really bother with newspapers, to be fair. So I'll probably have like an app open on my phone, like just reading the news whilst I've got like a game show on, like a proper, you know, like a proper old person. And then obviously, if my daughter ever does have kids, then, you know, having that sound echo down the hallway of my house would be like, "Granddad, Granddad!" Be like, "Oh, like you what? What do you want? What are you coming annoying me for? Let me die in peace and quiet." So yeah, I mean, I wouldn't. Well, yeah. Either way, I'll be at that age where I wouldn't end up really caring if Xbox went on to become this or that or whatever. So I'll probably be at that point where playing video games was just something that was part of my life. You know, when I was younger, but then as an old git, it's just something that's not relevant to me anymore. I mean, my daughter says I'm a cool dad anyway, so hopefully if she does ever go on to have kids of her own and I become a granddad, hopefully I'll be like the cool granddad. You know, get that promotion from cool dad to cool granddad. Oh, granddad, you're the best. Like, yeah, I know. Yeah, I know, I'm awesome. I think I'll always be a gamer. Yeah, I think I'll be one of those. I'll be like, it'll be one of those, like, deep down. I'll be like every other old person, you know, just, you know, sad, miserable old git. But at heart, I will still be like a gamer. There'll still be that sort of part of me that will sort of miss playing video games and stuff. But and then probably look like have that point where I'm like, oh yeah, go on then. I'll play a video game for like old times' sake and all that. But I don't know. Right. I think we're nearly there. I just need step 98. So I need the wing mirror spoons, as I like to call them, because they legitimately just look like two little spoons. Won't want it like that before we do the halo part of the race car. We'll get we shall get our driver in. I know it says to put the driver in like last, but do it now. So he's in and he's ready to go racing. Right, number 5. That's just one spare little bit. It's like a spare race light, so that can go off to the side because we ain't gonna need that. Grab effectively our orange straw. Right, okay, so that's done. So that goes in there. And then bend it over the top into that side. And then there should be, yep, there it is. The claw. That was a bad Toy Story alien impression. So that goes in there. 100, yeah, step 100 is just saying to bend it over and clip it in the other side. 101 is, yeah, literally what I just did. 102 is literally another bit that I just did, which is pull it down and lock it into place. Right, so 103, front wheels. I need those. I might as well take the other 2 out as well because I'm going to need the other 2. Take out those translucent papaya studs because they're going to be needed as well. Don't need the other little bits. Can't wait for GTA 6, but I don't think anyone will be doing a midnight launch. It comes out day after a bank holiday. Does it? I don't know. GTA 6 is one of those that I'm like, I might get it, I might not. I don't know. I honestly generally don't know whether I will or not. Maybe a part of me that will go, you know what, screw it, I'll get it, but yeah, I don't know. I was like that with F125. I was like, should I get it? And I was like, oh, honestly, I don't know. And then because I was going to pre-order F125, and then I was like, oh, like, do I really want to? And then I'm in an hour, and then I didn't pre-order it, and then in the end, I sort of heard that people were saying it's actually a lot better than F125. So then I was like, oh, do you know what? Like, let's play it on a trial. So obviously EA, with EA Sports games, they sort of give you like a 10-hour trial period, so you can sort of try, sort of like essentially play like a demo of a game for 10 hours or play like the full game for a 10-hour stint. So I thought, all right, I'll do that. Played it. Saw that people were right. That it is way better than F1 24 because I didn't buy F1 24. And I was like, do you know what? Right, okay. I eventually played F1 24, but I played it on when it came onto the Game Pass. So I sort of played it, and I was like, yeah, 24 is garbage. And then people were like, oh, yeah, no, 25's better. Okay. Play the 10-hour trial. Oh, yeah, 25 is way better than 24. Right. Buy. Add it to cart, buy, bang. Download it. Boom. Your game's ready to start. Start playing it. It's pretty much exactly what I did. And so far, I've not done all of the Breaking Point sort of storyline that they've got on F1 25. I think I'm probably about halfway through the Breaking Point storyline on F1 25. But it's good so far. And the My Team career mode's definitely a lot better this year. Lego guy, hey man, I just built that set today. Oh, nice. Okay. Only need to get 2 more of the F1 cars to complete the set. Okay, nice. What 2 have you still got to get? Because I have all 10. I have all 10 of them. I just haven't built all 10 of them. This is number 7 I've built, which I've literally just finished because we've just done step number 104. So yeah, so the instruction book can sit over there. Send that in the middle. So Mini Oscar, Mini Lando, whatever people want to call him. Sat there all happy in his car, ready to go racing. I think because one side looks like it's a lot closer to. Okay, that's why. Yeah, I just strained it up a bit. So my OCD was driving me batty on one side. Looked like it was closer to another bit than the other side was. It was just doing me nothing. Hi, Streamish Boy. I'm getting it day 1 plus taking time off work for it so I can play and watch YouTube videos about it, as loads of people will be doing videos about like gameplay, etc. Yeah, I assume people will. I mean, obviously, Twitch will be popping off like the 4th of July when GTA 6 comes out because obviously everyone will be streaming it and God knows what else. And obviously, people will be doing probably YouTube lives on YouTube, so YouTube will be going absolutely mental, especially those who are lucky enough to stream to both YouTube and Twitch. Like, you can guarantee they'll stream across both platforms. So they'll be absolutely insane, which wouldn't surprise me. But yeah, I'm one of those. I try to avoid watching the gameplays and stuff because I don't want it like any spoilers. I don't be watching the gameplays for the spoilers and stuff like that. Because I'll be like, no, I want to play it on my terms. I don't want to know what's happening because I want to experience it for myself. Let me check names. I need the Ferrari SF24 and Oracle Red Bull Racing RB20. Okay, well, I've done those 2. Funny enough, the Ferrari SF24 was the first set I bought. That was the first one of the F1s that I did, and I built that because I distinctly remember buying it when I had 2 weeks off of work due to issues with my left leg. So I needed something to sort of stop me from going insane. So I bought it and built it. And then the Red Bull RB20, I built. I think it was before the weekend. I think I built that either on the Thursday or the Friday. I think it was. I know it weren't too long. I know the live stream is saved on the YouTube channel. It's under the like if you go onto my channel and you click live, it should show like the live streams I've done, the Red Bull ones up on there, and I hope YouTube servers will cope. Yeah, hopefully. But yeah, so yeah, because the ones I've done so far, obviously McLaren, you guys have literally just seen me build. I've done the Ferrari SF24. I've done the Mercedes, the Haas, the Alpine, Aston Martin, Red Bull, McLaren. I've just done now, so that's the 7. I still have. Hang on a minute. Let me just grab my big yellow Lego bag of doom. The bag that's so big it doesn't even fit on the screen. Don't worry, this bag isn't chocker full of Lego. It was full of Lego sets at one point, but it's not now. It only contains 3 sets left. After this, I'll go and watch that. Yeah, no, feel free to. Because the live streams I didn't do the Ferrari or the Mercedes because at the time I sort of bought them to build and I didn't think about live streaming building those ones. But the ones I have live streamed in building was the Haas, the Alpine, the Aston Martin, and the Red Bull. I think I did the Aston Martin as a live stream. Yeah, I think I did. So I've done those. The only other Speed Champions sets in regards to the Speed Champions overall and not just F1 sets, I've done 2 others. I've done the Ferrari F40 and I've also done Suzuki's Honda S2000 from Too Fast, Too Furious. Those are the other 2 I've done outside of the F1 sets. The F1 Speed Champion ones I've been live streaming, but the F40 Ferrari and Suzuki's S2000 I didn't live stream. I did them in a private Discord call with friends because I wasn't sure whether to live stream those or not. But I do want to get the other Fast and Furious ones. I want to get Brian O'Connor's Skyline, so the grey Skyline with the blue stripes up the side. And I know it's a retired set, but I want to try and get hold of it. I want to also get hold of Dom's Charger, get hold of the black Dodge Charger. That's a retired set, so I want to try and get hold of that one. I'm gutted that Lego do the orange Supra from Too Fast, Too Furious, but they don't do it as a Speed Champion set. They do that as a Lego Technic set, which is a little bit annoying. I was hoping they'd have the Supra as a Speed Champion set because it would look nice just to have the Fast and Furious ones as a Speed Champ set. Besides the F1 cars, I have the yellow and black Merc set. Oh, I know the one you're talking about. That's the G-Wagon. It's a G-Wagon and the convertible, isn't it? Because like the black one's the Mercedes G-Wagon, and then the yellow one I think is a CL something. I can't quite remember, but I know it's a convertible. It's like a fucking bright yellow convertible. Yeah, I was contemplating getting that, but the Lego Ideas Viking Village. Oh, but I got the Lego Ideas Viking Village. Yeah, I thought it was. But yeah, so the 3 F1 Speed Champions I've got left to build is Williams Racing. So I've still got this one to do. Again, I do apologise for the medieval style blurriness of my webcam. My webcam is like from the Middle Ages. It's quite an old one. I need to sort of update my camera equipment, but unfortunately things cost money. And I've been spending my money on Lego. Another one I got, which I found to be probably one of the harder ones to get hold of, unless you actually went to the Lego store or just, I guess, cheated and bought it online. But I managed to find, not in a Lego store, end up finding in a WH Smith in Milton Keynes, because the WH Smith in my town didn't says it sells Speed Champions, but it never did. Was the Sauber. This was the last one I had to get. So I had all the others, but this one, I had to look everywhere for it. I looked in supermarkets, couldn't find it. I look in, as I said, like places like WH Smith in my town and stuff like that, couldn't find it. Go to Norwich, went to like Smith's toy superstores, couldn't find it. Go to Milton Keynes, the Lego store will have it, didn't have it. Go to the WH Smith and Milton Keynes, and they had it, which is why they got the security protected tag on here. So that's the sort of like the difference, the one difference. But yeah, that was the last one I needed, so I managed to get hold of that. So got the Sauber, and then the other one I have is another one that I struggled to find, but was actually easier to find than the Sauber one, which is the Racing Bulls. So those are the ones I've got left to build. So I'm down to 3 Lego sets left before I run out of Lego and have to then endure going cold turkey and not have any Lego to build. But I do have, like most people do when it comes to things they want and stuff, I do have a wish list and a bit of a, I guess wish list is the best way to call it. But I do have a list of sets that I do want to get my hands on, and then hopefully build at some point as I try and attempt to put my Lego bag away, try and sort of pop it outside so it's not in the way. Because other sets I want to get sort of outside. Actually, it's fine. I know some WH Smiths have Toys R Us in them now. Yeah, some do, some don't. I think the WH Smiths in Milton Keynes actually has a little Toys R Us section. I can't remember if they actually did or not, but because I just sort of went in. Well, it was one of those that my mate went into WH Smiths. I kind of sort of stood outside of it. And then my mate kind of told me that the Sauber was in there. So it was just like, right, in. Oh, yeah, Sauber, get it. Straight to the till. Hand my card over. Well, not hand the card over, but you know what I mean. It's like they tell you how much it is. Slap your card on the contactless machine. Hear that beep. See transaction approved. Thank you very much. Chuck it in my bag. Bang. Out the door I was. I was in and out of WH Smith so quick, people would have probably thought I'd shoplifted that Lego set, but I did pay for it, and I do have the receipt to prove I paid for it. But yeah, so I got that one. Yeah, so other sets I'm looking at, like I said, Dom's Charger is one I'm looking for. The Brian O'Connor Skyline I want to get hold of. I'm debating about possibly getting the Mercedes set, the G-Wagon and the yellow convertible. I'm not 100% sort of like, yes, I want to get it. So I'm a bit I'm in an R-ing over it. The Lambo Speed Champion set is another one I'm a bit sort of unsure on, and I can't remember what 2 Lambos it is. I think one's a Revolt. I can't fucking pronounce it, but I think it's like Revolto or something like that. I don't know. And I think it's like an Aventador. It's like an Aventador and a Revolto or something like that. I can't remember. But I'm sort of not 100% certain on whether to get that one or not. The Koenigsegg Jesko, however you pronounce it. I'm a bit sort of 50-50 on that one as well. In getting, so yeah, there's a few sort of other Speed Champion ones I want to get, but the Fast and Furious ones are the ones I sort of like, yes, I want to have them because I've got Suki's S2000, so it sort of makes sense to have the other ones, even though they're sort of different parts of the Fast and Furious franchise, but it's all builds into one. Those 3 were fun builds. So very nice. Yeah, some car names are hard to pronounce, just like those 1 minute medicine ads. Yeah, pretty much. Aston Martin DB5 Speed Champ would be a good one, but I believe it's retired. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's a retired one. So yeah, I mean that'd probably be a nice one, because I think that Aston Martin DB5 Speed Champions is a Bond one, isn't it, Harrison? I can't remember if it was or not, but I think that was like a James Bond DB5. So I don't think it was like just a standard Aston Martin DB5. I think it was a Bond one. Yeah, it was a Bond one. Thought it was. Somebody was telling me it was like yeah, that's not just a standard Bond, like a standard DB5. I think it is the Bond version. So that one I don't know. Sort of depends. But being as I like astronomy and space and all that, the one I do want to get, which if I do purchase it, it would legitimately become the most expensive Lego set I would own, which is the Artemis rocket. I want to get the NASA Artemis rocket, which is like £220 for that one. And I kid you not, I think when it's built, it will literally be. So here's the top of my table. The tip of it will probably be either just up to the top of the screen here, or it'll probably be just slightly out of shot, because it's quite a tall set. So I'll have so much fun trying to find somewhere to put that. But that's one I want to get, because the most expensive set I own at this moment in time, obviously I've mentioned this before, and anyone who's been watching since the beginning, I've heard me mention it. But the one I own at the moment, which is the most expensive, is the SF24 Lego Technic set, which is the £200 one. I tell you what, if you do like the Technic ones, as frustrating as that is with all its little fiddly bits, it is totally worth it in the end. I kid you not, the size of it, like the whole length of the car for the Technic version of the SF24, it literally hung off either end of my table, like off either ends of the table. I think when I measured it, it was like around just over 2 foot in length, the Technic one, and it was about almost like half a foot in width. So it's a hefty boy, the SF24, the Technic one, not the Speed Champions one. And I think I actually did a comparison between the Speed Champions version and the Technic version, and like I kid you not, the Technic SF24 makes the Speed Champions one look like those tiny little die-cast cars. Like, it literally makes the Speed Champions look like a tiny little Hot Wheels die-cast. The thing's massive. It's gigantic. The box it comes in does it no justice. If it's one of those where if you go to build it and then you've got to the point where you've built a majority of the length of it, I guarantee you now, if you go, I'm going to go put it back in the box to store it so it's not going to get covered in dust if I leave it out, it won't fit in the box. There will be a certain point in the length of building that Technic that it will be too big for it to fit in the box. So you have no choice but to leave it out on the table. And then having to cover it with like a plastic bag, or you'll just have to, I don't know, get like whatever you can to sort of just be able to cover it up and prevent dust from getting on it, because it just gets too big. I mean, at the moment, because I don't actually have anywhere in the room I'm in to display it, because I don't have a proper display cabinet for it, which I'm in the process of trying to get hold of, my Technic Ferrari is sat in my daughter's room on a shelf in her room, and it's sat there, and it's killing me knowing it's sat there exposed to dust and stuff, and it's just getting dust on it, and like, I don't have much hair on my head as it is, but I'm like wanting to rip my hair out because I'm like, it's getting covered in dust, and I just want to get it into a display cabinet so I can lock it away so it's out of the way of dust. But yeah, that was definitely a good one, and that's definitely the most expensive set I got. But yeah, if I get the Artemis, then that will become the most expensive one I'll have. But yeah, I also want to get the Mars Perseverance rover. I want to get the Boeing airplane that has the space shuttle on top, so the shuttle carrier aircraft. I want to get that one as well. I want to get the Millennium Falcon. I don't want to get the like £800 set one. I want to get like the smaller one, which is, I think it's about like £300, something like that, like 300, 350, something like that. So I want to get that one. There's a couple of retired sets, one in regards to space and NASA that I want to get, which is the International Space Station I want to get hold of. Space Shuttle Discovery I want to get hold of. I think there's another one I'm looking at getting. The Lunar Rover is also another one I want to try and get hold of as well. Obviously, Dom's Charger is a retired set that I'm trying to get my hands on. But yeah, there's a few. I think there's a couple of Ferrari ones as well that are retired that I'm trying to get hold of. I think there's a Ferrari F8 Tributo, which is a Speed Champions one. That's one I'm trying to get. Another one that's on my wish list is the Technic Ferrari Daytona SP3. That's another one I want to try and get as well. But yeah, obviously those ones are like really expensive, and obviously the retired ones are going to be a bit more expensive than what their original price was because of the fact that they are retired sets. So yeah, there's not a lot of Lego I want. there isn't a lot. I mean, I guess to some people that is a lot of Lego sets I want to get, but at the same time, I guess to collectors that's like, oh, that's not a big set. That's quite a small collection of Lego sets you're after. But yeah, a couple of them sort of debating about. I want to get Darth Vader's helmet and Kylo Ren's helmet as well, and I'm sort of debating whether to get C3PO or R2D2 or get both of them. I'm sort of unsure on those ones as well. My most expensive is either the Lego Loop Coaster, the Lego Ninjago City Gardens, or the Lego Home Alone house. Okay, yeah, I'm guessing most of those are probably retired ones. I think the Lego Loop Coaster is a retired set. I can't remember. It might be, it might not. I don't know. I'm not. Actually, do you know what? Let's have a look. Let's have a look. See on the old Lego site. Because I don't know whether it is Lego Loop Coaster. I see they got a Concorde set. I'm a bit. I don't know. Yeah, see the Apollo Lunar Rover vehicle. That's one I'm after. That's like £190. So yeah, I'm sort of like, oh, I don't know. Do I? Don't I? I'll go straight to number 4. Number 4 sort of shows all the retired ones. Well, I say all the retired ones, doesn't show every single retired one. See, because they've got a roller coaster, which is a retired one. I've got the Sonic's Green Hill Zone Loop Challenge. God, I know someone at work that would have loved that one because he's a big Sonic fan. Tower Bridge is a retired one. Loop Coaster. Ah, yeah, it is Loop Coaster. Yeah, that's now a retired product. It's now a retired one. Oh well, the fact it's saying retiring soon, but it actually says like retired product on the Lego site. So yeah, you've got a retired set. Biggest Technic set is the orange Ford F-150 Raptor. Oh, nice. Okay, I think I saw that one when I went with my mate to Milton Keynes to have a look around the Lego store. I think they were still selling the Raptor one. My biggest set is the Queer Eye Loft. It has yellow tracks. I got it for Christmas. Okay. But yeah, so you officially, according to the Lego site anyway, you now officially have a retired set. Yeah, because the Loop Coaster is the one that has, it sort of goes down the bottom and then it has a lift that sort of takes the coaster train up to the top and then releases it back round the coaster and then obviously goes back onto the elevator again, then raises it back up the elevator. There is one I've seen that I'm a bit sort of like, oh, I don't know, should I not? I don't want a London bus, but the Pac-Man arcade. It's like 230 quid for the Pac-Man arcade. I mean, Used to love playing Pac-Man as a kid, especially on the proper old like arcade machine, which that's how they've built it. They built it so it looks like an old arcade machine. Yeah, it's another one that's a bit sort. I'm a bit sort of. I don't know. I might get it. I might not. I have a set from 1982. Oh God, yes, that's definitely a retired set. Then if it's a set from 1982, I think mine is too. Yeah, I don't know. I couldn't find the Queer Eye Loft one. Let me type into search bar, see if it comes up. Okay, show me all of the Harry Potter ones. Upside Down from Stranger Things. Manchester United, Go Brick Me. Okay. So retired set. Homer Simpson and Krusty the Clown. Sort of like Block Me ones. So I think the one you're talking about, Aaron, is it the Queer Eye Fab Five Loft? Is that the one you're referring to? Like when you're saying about the Queer Eye Loft? Because the only queer one I want is saying is like the Fab Five Loft. I think mine is too. Pac-Man's a good one. I don't have it, but it's on my buy list. Yeah, the Pac-Man one, like I said, for me is a bit sort of 50-50. Yes, that one. Yeah, so the Fab Five Loft. Can't talk. The Fab Five Loft from Queer Eye, that is now officially a retired product. According to the Lego website, anyway, like that is now officially a retired set. But they even did a 1-2-3 Sesame Street little sort of like diorama set. Pretty cool. Used to remember watching Sesame Street growing up. Oh, shut up! They didn't. Oh, why did I not know about that sooner? They did a Big Bang Theory one. Are you for real? Are you legitimately for real? I'm actually welling up here because I'm a big fan of the Big Bang Theory. Absolutely love that program. I binge watch it on Netflix. I will legit, if I've got nothing else to watch on telly or I've got nothing else to do, I will legit have like the Big Bang Theory on in the background and just like watch it as I'm sort of like doing stuff where I'm just sort of writing things up or doing like other little random bits and pieces. But they did a Big Bang Theory one. I binge watched The Rookie. I say I don't know what The Rookie is, but they did a Big Bang Theory set. I've got to try and find that one. I'm gonna have to try and find the Big Bang Theory set. It comes out with like a little whiteboard and everything. Like, are you fucking serious? Excuse my language, but are you serious? It comes with like a little whiteboard, like a weird little chair, telescope. It's essentially like a miniature little diorama of Sheldon and Leonard's apartment, of like the living room area with the beige armchair, the brown couch, and you get the little minifigures as well. You get like little Raj, Amy Sheldon, Bernadette, Penny, Leonard, Howard. Oh. What? I'm on season 4. It's a cop show. It's on Hulu or Disney Plus. Oh, okay, that's probably why I've not heard of it. Because I have Disney Plus, but I don't have Hulu because I'm not American, so I don't have Hulu. I'm gonna have to come on Amazon. Do me a solid. Amazon. Please say someone's selling Lego The Big Bang Theory set, because if they do, it's going straight It's going straight on my wish list. It's going straight on my Amazon wish list. Come on. There is. There is. Oh my god, there's even an office set. Lego Ideas The Office. Now, I don't know whether it's the American version of The Office or whether it's the actual OG Office, but they've got an Office one. That one I'm not too fussed about, but Big Bang Theory Deluxe Limited Lego set, 144 piece. I'm looking on Amazon right now. There's one left in stock. Trouble is, it's £245, down from 260. I just don't have 245 quid on me right now. Dispatches from the retired Lego store. I'm gonna put it on my list, but I can guarantee you that as soon as I get paid, and if I end up going, do you know what? Screw it. I'm not gonna bother with Comic-Con this year. I'm just gonna focus on buying Lego sets. I'll be like, right, let's go around to buying it. I'll guarantee I'll go to my wish list. Oh, Big Bang Theory set, right? Go to it, and it'll be like sold out. I'll be like, yep, typical. Get paid, and the one thing I want, they don't have anymore. But I've put it in my wish list. It's in my wish list, so hopefully, fingers crossed, touch wood, everything else, it's still in my wish list by the time I get paid. And if it is, I'm definitely buying it. There's some on eBay for about 160. The one I see on my phone is $329. Oh, yeah. I mean, to be fair, American dollars always make things look more expensive. Yeah, I mean, eBay is sort of good for prices. The only trouble is that I don't want it to be like a set that someone's already opened, built it, put it all together, and then put, because you don't know for certain if all the pieces are going to be there. I would rather ideally buy a box that's like brand new, so it's like it's not been opened, so all the pieces are in there. Nothing's going to go missing. Nothing's missing out of it, and all that. So yeah, so the fact I found on Amazon and it's like a brand new set, all fresh in box, like, oh. But I can't believe there was a Big Bang Theory set. Like, what? I was definitely happy to have a Big Bang Theory one. I mean, I'm a fan of Simpsons. I would happily like to have, like, the Simpsons living room or the Krusty Burger one that's come out, but there's a part of me that's like, Simpsons, I'm not too fussed. I'm not worried if I don't have them. But Big Bang Theory one, I'm just, because it's a sitcom. I love sitcoms, and the fact that it's to do, like, the characters are scientists and stuff like that, and with me being a science neek or a science nerd, whatever you want to call it, nerd neek, dependent, up to you. It's just one of those that sort of resonates with me. I have to go to a doctor's appointment, but thanks for having me and for the chat. I'll watch the rest later. Yeah, no worries, mate. I mean, I'm about to wrap up anyway, so but yeah, and I feel, thank you for stopping by, and yeah, obviously check out the other ones. Obviously, I will do some more in the future. I don't know whether the rest of them will be this week or not, because it'll all depend whatever else I'm doing. So I'll sort of scatter them in and around. But yeah, keep an eye on the channel, and if you see one pop up, then you'll know when the next one's coming and whatnot. But yeah, take care, mate. Hopefully the doctor's appointment goes well. But yeah, folks, we're gonna wrap it up there. So yeah, thank you for the lovely chat towards the end to take us up to the 4 hour mark. Um, wasn't planning on streaming for 4 hours, but yeah, it was nice to have a little chat at the end after building the McLaren. Fully enjoyed building that. So yeah, so that's 7 sets done. 3 more to go. Don't know which one I'm going to do next, but obviously keep an eye on the YouTube live. Well, on my channel page, obviously in regards to where the lives will pop up. Because yeah, I'm not too sure which one I'll do next, but whichever one I'll do it, I'll put it in the title, and you'll know which one it is. And then the thumbnail will show. Obviously, the thumbnail, for some reason, it likes to show the Lego City versions of the cars. I don't know why it doesn't do the Speed Champion ones, even though I tell it I'm doing the Speed Champion ones. But there you go. But yeah, thank you for tuning in. And yeah, I will see you guys in the next one. But yeah, as I said, in regards to vlogs that I'm looking to do at some point, those will be coming eventually. Just when I remember to bloody do them. And I'm just trying to sort of drum up some ideas on what to do for, like what vlogs to do. So I know the area I'm looking to do vlogs in, but yeah, it's just having the money and the equipment to be able to do it. But anyway, guys, thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of your day, evening, night, wherever you may be in the world. And I will see you all in the next one. Take care, everyone. Bye bye for now.